Okay, we move to chapter 2 now, which is on material cost. Again, carries around 10 marks importance in exam. It could be one question of 7, 8 marks, or it could turn out to be two questions, and which could be some 12, 13 marks also in exam. But around 10 marks comes in. Cost sheet is also around 10 marks. Cost sheet, short, one question will come. 100% one question will come. Marks could be 7 or more than 7. It start at 7, it can be 8, 9, 10, anything. But 100% one question will come from cost sheet. Same is with material cost also. 100% one question will come. The difference is there, limited concepts were there. One format, everything over. Here, more concepts are there. Now, material cost is basically one of the most important cost for a manufacturing company, because for a manufacturing company, material cost could comprise around 80% of the total cost also. So it is critical that an organization controls the material cost, controls or reduces the material cost. What is material control? Ensuring that I buy the right quantity, right quality, buy it at the right time, buy it at the right place, right time, right price. Ensuring all of this together is material control. At my home, my mother is the chief purchase manager. Though I don't give a designation to her, but she is the chief purchase manager. She buys groceries at home. She ensures that she buys it exactly when it is needed, which is what a concept called reorder level tells. She buys every week 1 kg of tomato. Regularly, only 1 kg she buys, which is what the concept of economic order quantity tells, that you need to buy exact same quantity, and using some scientific analysis, we determine it. She doesn't know all these scientific terms, but she has been doing this analysis, whatever historical analysis she does, and ensures that we do not have a very high material at home. We do not go out of material. We do not spend too much. We ensure quality is taken care of. So this chapter focuses on ensuring that you buy the right quantity, right quality. In that, EOQ basically means the best quantity to order. Now, what is best quantity to order? At my home, there is a regular consumption of rice. Now, regular consumption of rice would indicate that we may have to buy it multiple times in a year, or we may buy once a year. It depends. If you buy a very high quantity, if you buy a very high quantity at one stretch, storage could be a problem. Then after storage, there can be wastage of material. Also, another important problem is money. If money is not there, I cannot buy at one stretch so much. And in a corporate, if money is not there and you're still buying it, any asset against that will be a liability. Any asset against that there will be a liability. So if you have inventory against it, there could be a loan. So there is a cost called interest cost. So one, you incur a cost to carry the inventory. What are the costs you incur? Storage cost, obsolescence cost, interest cost, all this you incur to carry the inventory. This is if you buy a very high quantity. If you decide to buy a very low quantity, another headache. Another headache is at my home, my mother keeps telling me, you go and buy. So if I need 100 kg in a year, and if she says 1 kg at a time, every 3 days I have to go and come back. Every time I go and come back, I incur 5 rupees as petrol cost. There is some cost associated with my time. So I incur something called as ordering cost. If you have a very low quantity, ordering cost will increase because you will place 100 orders, 200 orders, 300 orders, 400 orders. If you place a very high quantity per order, you're going to incur a huge carrying cost. Somewhere you have to balance these two, which is what the concept of EOQ is all about. EOQ is the best quantity to order at which the total cost is lowest. What are the total costs? Mainly ordering and carrying, but along with that, purchase cost. Ordering cost is incurred on every order I place. Amazon will force you to increase the quantity per order, otherwise they'll say delivery charge 50 rupees. So what will happen if I have to order every day and pay delivery charge? My ordering cost is 50 rupees into number of orders. Second thing is I have carrying cost, which is incurred on inventory. If you maintain a very high inventory, be ready to pay on the carrying cost side. And third is I purchase cost is whatever quantity I purchase, I pay a price. Why this is also critical? Because sometimes I may compromise on carrying cost and ordering cost to get discounts. There are discounts possibility. So my shopkeeper will tell you order 200 kg at a time, we will give you discount. because of that greed, I may end up compromising on ordering and carrying because I'm getting a discount. So total of all the three has to be lowest. Total of three has to be lowest. Now what are the types of cost? Again, we already discussed. Ordering cost incurred to place an order, inversely proportional with quantity per order. What is inversely proportional is, as you increase quantity per order, this cost will keep going down. As you increase quantity per order, ordering cost will be very happy. So it's a fight between me and my mother. My mother says I don't want to maintain stock at home and all, and I say I don't want to go 100 times, 200 times in a year. So I am worried about ordering cost, she is worried about carrying cost, and we are trying to balance it out. In the end, somewhere a balance needs to be established, because her focus is on not having storage, my focus is on not going 100 times in a year and incur petrol cost. Somewhere we want to do a balance. So inversely proportional with quantity per order, inversely proportional with quantity per order. Carrying cost incurred to store raw material in stock. Example, storage cost, interest cost. One important thing is, some question will say carrying cost is 5%, 10%, 4%, or they'll say carrying cost 4% of average inventory. Whenever it's given as a percentage, it is always a percentage of purchase price. Why purchase price? Because if somebody says insurance 2%, on what will the insurance be charged? Insurance will be charged on the value of the inventory. Interest cost 5%. On what interest will be charged? On the value of the loan. Value of the loan is what? Equal to the inventory value. So it is always on the purchase price. If it's given as a percentage, it is always a percentage of purchase price. Clear? Any doubts on this? This is the formula. This will help me in balancing the two items. 2 into annual demand of raw material. Annual demand of raw material. Be very clear. It is annual demand of raw material and not annual demand of finished product. Finished product is different. Raw material is different. Students confuse themselves and write it wrong. Annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order, into ordering cost per order, divided by carrying cost per unit per annum, per annum. Annual demand and carrying cost for a year. Annual demand and carrying cost for a year. Let's see this example. Annual demand 1 lakh pack. Annual demand is 1 lakh pack. One pack consists of 10 pieces. You write this now. Write the formula first. EOQ is equal to, right? EOQ is equal to, let's do the example. EOQ is equal to square root of, write the formula. EOQ is equal to square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Again, MCQs, focus is on MCQs. You do MCQs, you'll be able to get the concept. Now, in this question, the annual demand is given as 1 lakh pack. One pack consists of 10 pieces. I can answer it in pack or I can answer it in pieces. Let's do it in pack. If the option matches, okay, else we'll do it in pieces later. Pack means 2 into 1 lakh. Pieces means 2 into 10 lakh. Pieces means 2 into 10 lakh. Pack means 2 into 1 lakh. So 2 into 1 lakh packs. 1 lakh pack. 1 lakh pack. Ordering cost is 100. Carrying cost is given per piece. I don't like per piece. I want pack. Everything is in packs or everything is in pieces. So carrying cost per piece is 50 paise. Per pack will be 5 rupees. 50 paise into 10. 50 paise into 10. So this is 5. Let me know what answer you get here. Sorry? 2000 packs. 2000 packs. If it is there in the option okay, else we will see pieces calculation. If we get the answer okay, else we will do pieces calculation. 2000 pack, it matches. 2000 packs, it is matching. Any doubts on this? Listen, in case I had done in pieces, this would have become 10 lakh and this would have become 0.5. Can you tell me the answer? 10 lakh and 0.5. 10 lakh and 0.5. 20,000 pieces. 2,000 pack, 20,000 pieces. Both are same. 2,000 pack are 20,000 pieces. Clear? Any doubts in this? It's because it's MCQ, I'll have to see which option I have to do. Otherwise, either of the answer could be done. Any doubts in this? Let's take this example. Quarterly consumption of raw material. Quarterly consumption of raw material, purchase price, ordering cost, carrying cost per unit per month. Carrying cost per unit per month. If it's percentage of purchase price. Write the formula again. Write the formula again. Write the formula again. It's okay. Write the formula again. 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Carrying cost per unit per annum. Tell me the annual demand of raw material. Look at the data and tell me the annual demand. Participate. 2 lakh kgs is quarterly consumption. I want participation, guys. It's very simple only. I'm not doing a very tricky scenario as of now. 2 into 8 lakh. Ordering cost per order. In the example, ordering cost per order is rupees 1,200. Listen, carrying cost per unit per month is 10%, per year is 120%, per month is 10%, per year is 120% of purchase price. 120% of purchase price. If it's given as percentage, it's a percentage of purchase price. Why 120%? Because given is per month, given is per month. 120% of purchase price, 120% of 100. Solve this and let me know. I've got the answer in live online. 4,000. Any doubts in this? Clear? Any doubts in this part? Now, one rule you all have to remember is, okay, yeah, this is okay. Can you do this and get me the annual demand? Apply the formula. Apply the formula. Get me the annual demand. 2 minutes for you. EOQ is given. One more minute for you. How much? 4,000. 1,000 is equal to square root of 2 into annual demand into ordering cost is 1,000. Carrying cost 8%. Let it be average inventory. If it's a percentage, it's a percentage of purchase price. 8% of purchase price is 8. I take square on both the side. Take square on both the sides. So 1,000 into 1,000, it will become 10 lakh is equal to 2,000 annual demand by 8. 2,000 annual demand by 8. Solve it, you will get to the answer. What's the answer you said? 4,000 units. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? I'll explain this little later. Why they mention on average inventory, you'll understand in little later. There is a reason because total carrying cost is calculated on average inventory. If it is a percentage, it's a percentage of purchase price. Why it is on average inventory, we'll understand in some time. Okay, next understand how is annual demand computed under EOQ. First thing, annual demand means annual demand of raw material. Annual demand means annual demand of raw material. Don't confuse it with finished product. Don't confuse it with finished product. So then what happens if they give finished product? They can give finished product. Then you have to do annual production. Annual production is of the finished product. Production is of the finished product. Multiply it with input output ratio. Multiply it with input output ratio. I'll give you some example in some time. Annual production, multiply it with input output ratio. Multiply it with input output ratio. What is input output? Is how many units of output will lead, sorry, how many units of input is needed for how many units of output. Using that, I can calculate the raw material. Or some question, the one question we did, there said quarterly consumption of raw material. They may give consumption per day, per week, per month, per quarter. If they give per day, multiply with 365. If they give per week, multiply with 52 weeks. If they give per month, multiply with 12 months. So either of the two approaches may happen. One approach is annual production into input by output. First approach is directly give me this annual demand of raw material. You don't give me and you give me annual demand of FG, then I'll try to convert it. I'll try to convert it. How will I convert it? Annual production into input by output, or in case that is not there, normal consumption per week, month, day into 365, 52, whatever it is, you multiply and then close it. Any doubts till this? Any doubts? This is simplest of the question. Then comes the next layer of difficulty. What is next layer of difficulties? I bring in stock. I bring in stock into picture. Now, what is stock into picture? They may give sales. They may give sales. What we learnt in cost sheet, follow that. What is that? Sales plus closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production. Sales plus closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production. Whatever we learnt in cost sheet, please follow that. Sales plus closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production. After you get the production, do input by output. Do input by output. That also is not the answer. That is raw material consumed. Then you would have learnt a formula called raw material consumed is equal to opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. Purchase is the balancing figure, and that is the annual demand. Purchase is the balancing figure, and that is the annual demand. Purchase is the balancing figure, and that is the annual demand. So second layer of difficulty, start with sales. From sales get production. From production get raw material consumption, and from raw material consumption get raw material purchase. Is this a new thing? No, this is what you could learn or you could have learned in budgetary control, functional budgets. In budgetary control, we have an item called functional budgets, where we start with sales, get production. From production we will get raw material consumption, and from raw material consumption you will get raw material purchase. EOQ is the best quantity to purchase. EOQ is the best quantity to purchase. So for EOQ computation, you have to use quantity purchased. For EOQ computation, you have to use what? Quantity purchase as the annual demand. Quantity purchase as the annual demand. I did this also. Then comes the third layer of difficulty. What is the third layer of difficulty? Is annual purchase has to be more than consumption, not because of stock and all, but because there can be something like this: transit loss and processing loss. Transit loss and processing loss. Now, what is this transit loss and processing loss? I want to consume 1 lakh unit. I want to consume 1 lakh unit. My accountant says if you want to consume 1 lakh unit, buy 1 lakh 50,000 units. I'm getting a shock. Why 1 lakh 50? Because there are two types of losses which can happen. What is this losses? Let's understand. Quantity to be purchased, question mark. Quantity to be purchased, question mark. Loss in transit, percentage of quantity purchased. Loss in transit, percentage of quantity purchased. How much loss is there? So I order 100 units, I get only 90 units. I get only 90 units. I ordered 100 units, I got only what? 90 units. Then loss in process. Loss in process. What is loss in process? Material came to the factory, but when you're putting into the manufacturing process, again there is a loss. Again there is a loss. And these are unavoidable. These are unavoidable. Loss in process is percentage of quantity received, 10%. Quantity to be consumed is 72,000. Quantity to be purchased has to be more than 72,000. Has to be more than 72,000. Now write this. Transit loss. Transit loss and processing loss. Transit loss and processing loss. And processing loss. Particulars, one lot overall. One lot and overall. One lot and overall. First, let's write this. Units ordered less transit loss. Units ordered less transit loss. Units received. Units ordered less transit loss. What is transit losses in the transportation? Then less processing loss. Units consumed. Units ordered less transit loss. Units received. Units received. And then processing loss. Units consumed. Now we'll see what they give, what they want to know later. Let's assume I ordered 100 units. I ordered 100 units. One lot is 100. Any number you can take. I normally prefer 100 to avoid rounding of issue. 100 units I ordered. In this 100, there is a quantity loss in transit of 10%. And they have defined this loss as percentage of quantity purchase. One exam question, they said loss in process is also on quantity purchase. Loss in process also on quantity purchase. Whatever the question says. Here percentage of quantity purchase. So loss is 10. Loss is 10. Units received 90. Units received is only 90. This was 100 into 10% loss. Then they are saying processing loss 10% of quantity received. 10% of quantity received. 10% of quantity received. So this is 10% into 90. 10% of quantity received, 10% into 90. 9 and consumed is only 81. Consumed is only 81. Now this 81 is like 72,000 in the question and you have to get this 100. If 81 is equal to 72,000, what is 100? 81 equal to 72,000, what is 100? 81 equal to 72,000, 100 equal to question mark. 88,889. I will be forced to buy more. I'll be forced to buy more. I'll be forced to buy 88,889. I'll be forced to buy 88,889. 88,889. Able to understand this? Any doubts on this? Now, what would happen practically is this is ordered. I will have 8,889 loss, 10%. I receive 80,000. I'll have another 10% loss, 8,000. Consumed is 72,000. Consumed is 72,000. Any doubts in this? So three things, okay? I'll repeat. Annual demand is the most important part. Annual demand means annual demand of raw material, not annual demand of finished product. Annual demand of raw material, not annual demand of finished product. Point number two. Point number two is when you do not have data, production into input by output. That also not there. Consumption per day into 365, sometimes 360 question may say, sometimes 300 also it may say, whatever the question says. Our consumption per week into 52, consumption per month into 12, whatever the data question gives. This is the first part. This is the first part. The second part is if you have stock information, sales, debit side equal to credit side, sales plus closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production, then production into input by output, and raw material consumed is equal to opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock, opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. Clear? Any doubts in this? This is the next layer of calculation, opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock. Third is if you have transit loss and processing loss, your ordered will be more than consumption. Ordered will be more than consumption. Any doubts in this? Can you give me the answer to this? Take your time, be little careful. Write in your notebook, please. You try it, I'll explain in 2 minutes. It's a very good question. Another minute and then we start discussing it. Some of you could have got the answer also. Again, 2-3 concepts I'm testing in this. Okay, I start discussing first. What is the annual demand here? Participate. Right, wrong doesn't matter. What is annual demand? Guys, participate. 40,000 kgs units. 40,000 kgs are units. Listen, first is this is finished product. Annual production is finished product. So annual demand of raw material is equal to annual production 1 lakh into input by output. What is input is you need to have an input of 1 kg of raw material is measured in kg. Raw material is measured in kg. 1 kg by 2.5 input by output, 1 kg of input, 2.5 units of output, 1 kg of input, 2.5 units of output. So annual demand is 40,000 kg. EOQ will be in kg. EOQ will be in kg. 40,000 kg. 40,000 kg. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? 40,000 kg. Now, ordering cost is handling and freight. These are incurred at per order. These are incurred for every order. So, square root of 2 into 40,000 into 2 into 40,000 into 750. 2 into 40,000 into 750. Why 750? 360 plus freight of 390 per order. Handling cost of 360 and freight of 390 per order, put together 750. Put together 750 divided by carrying cost is 50 paise per month. 50 paise per month doesn't end there. Also another 9 rupees per kg. They are saying incremental carrying cost of raw material is 0.50 per kg per month. In addition, working capital finance. Working capital finances, if you have inventory, you need to take a loan. If you have inventory, you need to take a loan. And for the loan, we are paying how much? 9 rupees per kg per annum. So carrying cost is 0.5 into 12 months plus 9. 0.5 into 12 plus 9. 0.5 into 12 plus 9. When you solve it, what is the answer you get? 2000 kg. 2000 kg. Clear? Able to understand this? First important part is it is not 1 lakh unit. Annual demand is not 1 lakh unit. Annual demand has to be measured. Has to be measured in terms of annual demand has to be measured for the raw material. 1 lakh into input by output. 1 lakh into input by output. Clear? Any doubts on this? I'll take you through this example also. Sales of finished product 1 lakh. We'll do it together. Okay. Sales of finished product is 1 lakh. Closing stock is 12,000. Same was 20% more than opening stock. Same was 20% more than opening stock. 2 units of raw material is needed to produce 1 unit of finished product. 2 units of raw material is needed to produce 1 unit of finished product. Opening stock of raw material is 5,000 and closing stock is double the opening stock. Closing stock is double the opening stock. How much is the annual purchase and consumption per day? How much is the annual purchase of raw material and consumption per day of raw material, assuming 360 days in a year? Assuming 360 days in a year. Let's write it. We'll have to go in this order. Start with sales, get production, get consumption, get purchase. Sales, production, consumption, purchase. Clear? Any doubts on this? Let's start here. Now write this example. Right. Step 1. Step 1. Annual sales. Annual sales is equal to 1 lakh units. Annual sales equal to 1 lakh units. 1 lakh units. From sales, I'll have to get the production. From sales, I'll have to get the production. Step 2. Production. Step 2. Production. sales plus closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production. Sales plus closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production. We use this in cost sheet also, and I'm again using it here. Sales is 1 lakh. Sales is 1 lakh. Closing stock is 12,000 units. Same was 20% more than closing stock is 12,000. Same was 20% more than opening stock. Can you tell me what will be opening stock? If closing stock is 12,000 and it is 20% more than opening stock, what will be opening stock? What figure will be opening stock? Opening stock is 10,000. How it is 10,000? Closing stock is 120% of opening stock. Closing stock is 120% of opening stock. 20% more means 120%. 20% more means 120%. My closing stock is 12,000. Opening stock is 10,000. Production balancing figure. Tell me the figure. Production balancing figure. 1 lakh? No. Again. 1 lakh 2. Okay, okay, yeah. 1 lakh 2,000 units. 1 lakh 2,000 units. Any doubts on this? Your opening closing stock is 120% of opening stock. 120%. I get opening stock with that. Clear? Any doubts on this? This is my step 2. Step 3. Raw material consumed. Step 3 is raw material consumed. Raw material consumed is equal to production into input by output. Production into input by output. Production into input by output. Into input by output. The input output ratio is somewhere given in the question. How many units of input? How many units of output? Read the line. Second line. 2 units of raw material. 2 units of input. 1 unit of output. 2 units of input. 1 unit of output. 2 units of input. 1 unit of output. 2 units of raw material is needed to produce 1 unit of finished product into 2 by 1. 2 lakh 4,000 units. This is raw material consumed. 2 lakh 4,000 units. Doesn't end here also. 2 lakh 4,000 units. Any doubts first on 2 lakh 4,000? Step 4. Raw material purchased. Raw material consumed is equal to opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. 2 lakh 4,000 is equal to 2 lakh 4,000 is equal to 2 lakh 4,000 is equal to opening stock of raw material is 5,000 and closing stock is double of opening stock. Closing stock is, see, all these MCQs which I am doing will not come directly in exam, but this is what is coming in part of the bigger question. So when you do it in the bigger question, if you are clear on the concept, you will be able to handle it. 5,000 and closing stock is what? Double of the opening stock. So opening is 5,000, purchases I don't know, closing is 10,000. Tell me the purchase value. 2 lakh. Clear? Any doubts on this? Question 1. Now, what will question ask us? EOQ. To get to the EOQ, you would have done all this. Question will only ask EOQ. They will not ask all this. But to do EOQ, you need all this analysis to be done. The question here in this MCQ wanted purchase. Purchase is 2 lakh 9,000. Consumption per day. Consumption per day means 2 lakh 4,000 divided by 360. Consumption, because annual is 2 lakh 4,000. Consumption per day. Consumption per day is 2 lakh 4,000 by 360. 360 days in a year. Assume 360 days in a year. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the example here? Okay. Can you try to get me this number? You have to consider that loss analysis which I said. Do the loss analysis. Units ordered 100, less processing loss, all that you have to try. Not able to get, I'll help you out anyway. Two minutes for you. Give it a try. I've got an answer in live online, and that's the right answer also. One more minute and then we discuss it. This chapter MCQ will be the main focus. Descriptive we will do it, but MCQ will be the focus. That is how we will get, because a lot of concepts are there. I want to exactly do those concepts. Okay, I'll discuss it. It says it has a quarterly demand of 10,000 units. So quarterly demand of 10,000 will become annual demand of 40,000. But this is not raw material. This is finished product. This is finished product because a company produces a product. So this into input by output 3 is to 1. It needs 3 units of raw material for every unit of finished product, which is 1 lakh 20,000. Doesn't end here. Here what will happen is ordered 100, transit losses 10, transit losses 10, 90, processing losses also on the quantity purchase. They have given it, I can't help it. Processing losses also on quantity purchase. So this is also 10, this is also 10, 10% of 100. This is 80. 80 is equal to 1 lakh 20. 80 is equal to 1 lakh 20. I have to calculate what is 100. 80 is equal to 1 lakh 20. 100 will be 1 lakh 50,000. No need to copy the solution. Everything is there in the material. If you have understood, you have tried, you made a mistake, just focus on that. 80 is equal to 1 lakh 20. 100 is equal to question mark. 100 is equal to question mark. Somehow print this material, because the concept book will be very critical. That you somehow have one copy with you, so that you can practice all MCQs and make your notes, because this will become very handy 1.5 days before exam. I can revise all the chapters if I want in maximum 15 hours if I just go through the concept book alone. But I want to explain everything in depth. That's why I'm going little slow. Otherwise, only concept I have to explain, not even doing any MCQ. Quickly, you can keep revising it. Any doubts on this? 1 lakh 50,000. Done. Okay. Now we learned that EOQ is the best quantity to order. It is the level at which total of ordering cost, carrying cost, and purchase cost is the lowest. How will we measure this? We are going to measure this using this format. I'll discuss the format, explain everything. We start with annual demand. Annual demand is, I'll give some numbers, random numbers. Okay. Annual demand is 1 lakh. Quantity per order is EOQ mostly. What quantity are we ordering? Can I deviate from EOQ? Yes, questions will tell you to deviate also. So quantity per order is 2000. If you divide this, you will get number of orders. 1 lakh divided by 2000 divided by 2000, 50 orders in a year. 50 orders in a year. Every order is 1000 rupees. Every ordering cost is 1000 rupees. So total ordering cost is 50 into 1000. Total ordering cost is 50 into 1000. Okay, next comes average inventory. Now, what is this average inventory? Listen, why we calculate, there was a question that said carrying cost 8% of average inventory. All this is going to come here. See, carrying cost is basically the cost incurred to carry the inventory in stock. That is, it has to be in stock. Now, what happens is, I place an order for 2000 units. So, practical world, what will happen is, my inventory could be at some number, okay? I place an order, it will reach closer to zero. It will reach closer to zero. I'll get my 2000. I'll get my 2000. It will go up. Again, it will reach closer to zero. Again, it will reach closer to zero. Again, I'll get my 2000. Again, it will reach closer to zero. Again, I'll get my 2000. This is a continuous cycle. This is a continuous cycle. So, what concept said is, can you tell me on an average for the full year? On an average for the full year, what is the stock in hand? Because you have to have the, what is carrying cost is cost incurred to carry the inventory throughout the year. Carrying cost per unit per annum. Then I get a surprise saying that what I buy is never in hand throughout the year. Goes down, goes up, goes down, goes up. So what concept says is, some days it is, let's take 2000 is what I place an order, becomes 0, 2000, 0, 2000, 0. It's a cycle. From 2000 it comes down to 0, again goes up to 2000. Average is 1000. 2000, 0, average is 1000. Few days you are above 1000. Few days you are below 1000. Few days you are above 1000. Few days you are below 1000. Now, if I want to calculate carrying cost, exact approaches every day tell me the inventory into carrying cost per unit per annum into 1 by 365 first day. Again 1 by 365 second day. Again 1 by 360. I cannot do so much calculation and all. Impossible for me to do and impossible for me to predict inventory. So it says, let's avoid all this headache. Few days you will be above average. Few days you will be below average. So you calculate the average. What is average? Is quantity per order 2000 technically plus 0. Technically plus 0 divided by 2. Average inventories quantity per order by 2 is the formula, but technical formula is quantity per order plus 0. Plus 0 divided by 2. This is the inventory I maintain throughout the year. This will be multiplied with carrying cost per unit per annum. That is why they said 8% of average inventory, because your carrying cost is ultimately per unit you calculate, ultimately multiplied with average inventory to get the total carrying cost. Ultimately multiplied with average inventory to get total carrying cost. Is this the right way of doing? No other option. Otherwise, what I need to do? January 1, tell me inventory. January 2, tell me inventory. January 3, tell me inventory. Not possible to do all this calculation. Simplicity sake, just take average. What is average? Whatever you order divided by 2. In this, one exception will come called as safety stock. I'll explain that later. As of now, quantity per order divided by 2. Quantity per order divided by 2. This will give me total carrying cost. At EOQ, TOC and TCC will match. Total ordering cost and total carrying cost will match. At EOQ, total ordering cost and total carrying cost will match. Clear? Any doubts till this? I'll repeat. Annual demand is my starting. My mother wanted 1 lakh kgs of rice. Every time 2000 kgs we order. 50 times I have to go to the shop. Every time I go to the shop, 1000 rupees I am charging. 50 into 1000, 50,000 rupees is the ordering cost. On an average, we have an inventory of 1000. On an average, we have an inventory of 1000. What is 1000? 2000 divided by 2. Carrying cost per unit is, let's assume 50 rupees. Let's assume 50 rupees. When you multiply, you get 50,000. At EOQ, TOC and TCC will match. At EOQ, TOC and TCC will match. Again, repeat annual demand, purchase price, material cost, and in the end, we put the total. In the end, we put the total. Total ordering cost, total carrying cost, total material cost or purchase cost, all put together is called total inventory cost. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Now your doubt should be clear. 8% of average inventory. Average inventories, because your carrying cost is multiplied with average inventory. What should I take as average inventory? Simplicity say quantity per order by 2. Exact calculation you want, every day tell me the inventory, I'll divide by 365. Impossible for me to do the calculation. So we just go with a simple computation. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Yep. Let's take this example. Annual demand 8,000, purchase price 20, purchase price 20, carrying cost 8%, carrying cost 8%, 8% means 8% of purchase price, carrying cost is 8%, 8% of purchase price. Ordering cost per order is 100. Company places quarterly order. Company places quarterly order. They are not telling you to do EOQ calculation at all. We have decided quarterly order. We have quarterly order means once a quarter, 4 times a year. 4 times a year. This is my decision. To get a discount of how much? 5%. How much is the total inventory cost? What is total inventory cost? Material plus ordering plus carrying. We will do it together. I want you to write particulars calculation amount and write this alone. Particulars calculation amount, write the format. If you remember, write without looking at the screen. If you don't remember, look at the screen and write particulars calculation amount, and then we will do it. Write the format first. Particulars calculation amount. Nothing in the calculation column, nothing in the amount column. Just particulars, you write it. Particulars calculation amount. First item was annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost. Total ordering cost. Each of this has a formula. I'm not giving the formula and all. Average inventory. Average inventory. Carrying cost per unit per annum. Total carrying cost. Total carrying cost. We repeat annual demand. Purchase price. Purchase cost. And then ultimately total cost. This format is what you will do for every EOQ question if they ask you to calculate the overall cost. Annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit per annum, total carrying cost, again annual demand, purchase price, purchase cost and total cost. Clear? Let's see this, how we solve it. Let's see how we solve this. Now, annual demand of raw material is in this question 8,000 unit. Annual demand is 8,000 units. Annual demand 8,000, right? Given. Annual demand 8,000 given. What is quantity per order? Is quarterly ordering, not EOQ. Normally it will be EOQ, but here quarterly ordering 8,000 by 4. 8,000 by 4. 8,000 divided by 4. 4 quarters in a year. 8,000 divided by 4. 2,000 units at a time. 2,000 units at a time. Number of orders is technically annual demand by quantity per order. Or you say, I know the number of orders. 4 orders is what I decided, whichever way you want to call it. It is 4. Number of orders is 4. Again, a very useful format to solve any kind of EOQ question. Ordering cost per order is given. Ordering cost per order is rupees 100. Ordering cost per order is rupees 100. Total ordering cost, one order you incur 100 rupees, 4 orders you place. One order you incur 100 rupees, 4 orders you place. 4 into 100. Clear? 4 into 100, 400. Average inventory is quantity per order by 2. Average inventory is quantity per order by 2. Quantity per order by 2. Logic I have explained, some days above, sometimes below. So 2000 divided by 2. 2000 divided by 2. 2000 divided by 2. Any doubts on this? Clear? Carrying cost they have mentioned 8%. 8% of purchase price. Tell me carrying cost per unit. 8% of purchase price. 1.6, which is wrong. Which is wrong. Be little cautious. Because it says purchase price 20. Then it says you'll get a discount of how much? 5%. So my price is not 20. My price is not 20. My price is not 20. This is a common mistake students make. So come to purchase price. Come to purchase price. 20 minus 5%. 19 rupees. 20 minus 5%. I'm getting a discount. I'm getting a discount of 5%. 20 minus 5%, 19. 20 minus 5%, 19. Clear? Able to understand this? And now write 8% of 19. 1.52. If discount is not there, 1.6 is right. EOQ formula you want to do 1.6 only, because without discount only EOQ will work. I want to get discount, and because of which this is happening. 1000 into 1.52. 1520. 1000 into 1.2, 1520. 8% of purchase price. 8% of purchase price. Purchase price is 20 minus 5%. 20 minus 5%. Any doubts in this? Clear? Again repeat annual demand 8000. Thereafter it's very simple, 8000 into 19. And put a total of the 3 items. Put a total of the 3 items. 153, 920. Be very clear about one thing. Be cautious when discounts are there. If carrying cost there is, don't say 8%, then say 2 rupees, then no problem. 2 rupees means write 2 rupees. If they give percentage, be cautious. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Okay. Another concept is frequency of ordering and timing of next order. Both are very simple. Frequency of ordering is very simple. My mother has decided that we will place 100 orders in a year. Frequency of ordering is every 3.6 days. If 360 days are there, every 3.6 days I have to place an order. Every 3.6 days I have to place an order. Every 3.6 days. What is the formula? Number of days in a year. Why number of days in a year? It can be 360. It can be 365. There was one question where they said 300. Where they said 300 divided by number of orders in a year. Divided by number of. Frequency means how frequently are we going to place an order. No need to remember the formula. Understand logic. Number of days in a year divided by number of orders in a year. Number of days in a year divided by number of orders in a year. Number of days in a year divided by number of orders in a year. Clear? Any doubts on this? Number of days in a year divided by number of orders in a year. Second is timing of next order. Now what is this timing of next order? My mother, in a year we consume 2000 kg of rice. 2000 kg is for 360 days. 2000 kg is for 360 days at my home. At my home. Now we have 10 kg. Now we have 10 kg. Can you tell me how many days can I survive with 10 kg? 2000 kg, 360 days. 10 kg is equal to how many days? 2000 kg, 360 days. 10 kg is equal to how many days? 1.8 days. 1.8 days. Let me change it as 100 kg. Okay, just I want to explain the concept. 100 kg. 100 kg means this will be 18 days. So at my home, my mother asked. I asked mother how much this is there. She said 18 days inventory is there. 18 days inventory is there. I said okay, great. 18 days inventory is there. Now when should I place an order? Depends on an item called lead time. What is lead time? Is in Amazon. You place an order, you will not get immediate product. You will get it in 2 days, 3 days, 5 days. That is called lead time. That is called lead time. So if lead time is 1 day, I'll place an order after 17 days. I'll place an order after 70 because I have 18 days inventory. I'll place an order after 17 days. In 1 day, I'll get the inventory. 18th day, inventory has to come. 18th day, inventory has to come. If lead time is 15 days, in 3 days, I'll place an order. In 3 days, I'll place an order. So, when should we place orders? Current inventory minus lead time for supply. Minus lead time for supply. No need to remember the formula. Understand logic. This is what you would be doing at your end. If you're consuming something regularly, you know Amazon is going to take 5 days means well in advance you'll place an order. Well in advance you'll place an order. If you're getting something through Blinkit or Zepto, you can get it at the same time. You will not be bothered about it. But if anything you are getting well in advance, if you need through Amazon or something, if it is going to take 5 days, you'll plan accordingly. You'll plan accordingly. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept? Current inventory in days. Current inventory in days minus lead time for supply. Minus lead time for supply. Clear? Let's see one descriptive question today. At least one I will do. Two I'm not sure, but let's at least do one question. This is your test your knowledge question number 7 study mat. Question number 7 of study mat. Let's see this. G Limited produces a product. G Limited produces a product which has a monthly demand of 4,000 units. Produces a product which has a monthly demand of 4,000. Now tell me, is this raw material or finished product? Till this. This is the finished product. Produces a product which has a monthly demand. Product requires a component X. Component X is the raw material. Product requires a component X which is purchased at how much? 20. For every finished product, 1 unit of component is required. Input output is 1:1. For every finished product, 1 unit of component is required. 1:1. 1:1. Ordering cost is 120. Holding cost is carrying cost 10% of purchase price. 10% of purchase price. What they want? EOQ, number of orders, frequency of ordering. EOQ, number of orders and frequency of ordering. Then minimum lot size is 4,000. What is the extra cost company has to incur? I told my supplier my EOQ is 500. He says minimum I'll supply 4,000. Minimum I'll supply 4,000. Whenever I deviate from EOQ, I'll have to incur extra cost. I'll have to incur extra cost. What is the minimum carrying cost? You'll understand when we do. Determine when should we place the next order. Because I have an inventory of 960 units and lead time for supply is 2 days. Lead time for supply is 2 days. When should we place the order? All the 4 concepts I've already discussed. I just want to do one problem. If time permits, one more problem so that we are clear on 2 major concepts. I need to do at least 4 or 5 questions in EOQ, but at least 1 or 2 I want to do today. Let's start. EOQ is equal to square root of, write the formula. EOQ is equal to square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Come down. Leave 2 lines and come down. Note. Leave some 2 lines and come down. First is annual demand of finished product. Annual demand of finished product. Why finished product? Because they said produces a product which has a monthly demand of. Produce. If they said purchases a product which has a monthly demand, then that is directly raw material. That is directly raw material. Produces a product which has a monthly demand of 4,000 units. 4,000 units into 12. 48,000 units. 48,000 units. This question, this calculation doesn't serve major purpose, but some other problem it will be very critical. Annual demand of raw material is equal to. Annual demand of raw material is equal to annual production into input by output. Input by output. 48,000 into 48,000 into, what is the input output ratio here? 1:1. Because they see 1:1 in the first question, many times what students do is they think raw material and FG is same. No, there will be a different ratio also. Here it is 1:1 into 1 by 1, 48,000. Let's go to the formula now. I could have directly written 48,000 also. I have no problem with that. This question, it will not make any big difference. but some other problem it will make a difference. 2 into 48,000, 2 into 48,000. Ordering cost per order is, the ordering cost is 120 per order. The ordering cost is 120 per order. Ordering cost is 120 per order. Holding cost is carrying cost. Carrying cost is 10% of purchase price. 10% of purchase price. Purchase price is 20. 10% of 20. Solve it and let me know the answer. Live online guys, you can type it 10% into 20. 2,400 units. 2,400 units. I happily did this calculation, was saying that 2,400. I get a surprise. Surprise is my supplier is saying we will supply 4,000 units. We don't want to supply anything lower and all. We will supply 4,000 units. We will supply 4,000 units. Question is saying how much extra cost company has to incur. Now open exactly this particulars and two column. Calculation column is not needed. Particulars and two columns. The names I will change. But exactly this 12 things you have to write. Write it. Particulars, EOQ, minimum lot size. EOQ and minimum lot size. Exactly the same thing. Particulars, EOQ and minimum lot size. Annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost. You can write on your own or refer the screen, but by now things will start registering. Average inventory, CC per unit, total carrying cost, annual demand, purchase price, purchase cost and total cost. And last item is extra cost. Extra cost. Question wanted us to calculate how much extra cost we are incurring because we are not able to follow EOQ. The study mat question, please do carry the study mat or at least PDF you open it, because else you will not be able to follow some of the discussion points which we are having. Because question should be in front of you so that it's easier for you to do it. Well, let's start. Annual demand 48,000. Write it at both the places. 48,000. 48,000. Quantity per order is 2,400. Minimum lot size 4,000. We are saying 2,400. He is saying 4,000. 2,400 and 4,000. Number of orders divide 48,000 by 2,400 and 48,000 by 4,000. Divided by 2,400 divided by 4,000. 2,400 and 4,000. Clear? Ordering cost per order as per the question is 120 per order. 120 per order. Ordering cost per order is 120. We'll have to multiply this. That will give us total ordering cost. We'll have to multiply. That will give us total ordering cost. 120 per order. Clear? Average inventory is quantity per order by 2. Average inventory is quantity per order. Quantity per order. 2,400 by 2 and 4,000 by 2. 2,400 by 2 and 4,000 by 2. Whenever you do any comparison, please write purchase price first itself. Reason is, in case there is a variation in purchase price, the carrying cost may change. Carrying cost may change. Here there is no variation in purchase price. 2020 only. No discount and all. There's no discount information given. But if there is a discount information, the CC per unit will change. The CC per unit will change. We will see questions where CC per unit is different for the two situation. What is the carrying cost here? 10 percentage. 10 percentage. So 20 into 10 percentage. Multiply these two. Average inventory into carrying cost per unit per annum. Average this is the standard format. Any question in institute study mat you take, you do it in this format, you will get the answer. Any question you take of your institute study mat, put it in the format, you will automatically get to the answer. 2400 and 4000. 2400 and 4000. Clear? We'll repeat the annual demand. 48,000. Multiply it and tell me the total cost for both the scenario. Total cost for both the scenario. Difference in cost is extra cost. Extra cost which I have to incur because my supplier is not willing to listen to me. My supplier is not ready to listen to me. He says minimum 4000. I am saying 2400. He is saying minimum 4000. So I'll incur some extra cost. I'll incur some extra cost because supplier is not ready to listen to my view. He is saying we will not supply. We will not supply. And I am saying that please supply. He says no, no, no. We will supply only 4000 at a time. What is the extra cost? This is the extra cost. Some question will say impact on profit. Impact on profit by not following EOQ. Impact on profit are extra costs which the company has to incur because we are not able to follow EOQ. Clear? Any doubts on this? I can deviate from EOQ if some discount and all is given, which you will understand in the next question. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Third requirement, what is the minimum carrying cost company has to incur? Now what ICI says is assuming both options are possible. In this EOQ option is not possible, but assuming it is possible, minimum carrying cost is the lower of the two. Minimum carrying cost is the lower of the two. Assuming two options are possible. Assuming two options are possible. Now like minimum carrying cost is equal to, below the table, minimum carrying cost is equal to minimum of 2400 and 4000. 2400, minimum of 2400 and 4000, 2400. Clear? Any doubts on this? Done? Okay. Last part says, when should I place the order? When should I place the order? In a year, what is the annual demand of raw material? What is the annual demand of raw material? We calculate. So 48,000. Now write timing of next order. 48,000 units. Right? Timing of next order. 48,000 units is equal to 48,000 units is equal to timing of next order. 48,000 units is equal to 360 days. 48,000 units is equal to 360 days. 48,000 units, 360 days. I have a stock of, somewhere the question has said, there is a stock level of 960 units. I have a stock of 960 units. What is safety stock and all we'll understand later, okay? 960 units equal to question mark. Equal to question mark. 7 point cross multiplication. Cross multiplication part be very, very clear because many times I do cross multiplication part to solve the question. What is cross multiplication here? 960 into 360 divided by 48,000. 7.2 days. So my mother has told we have inventory to the extent of 7.2 days. If no lead time is there, I can order after 7.2. But lead time is how much? 2 days. Please place an order in 5.2 days. Place an order in 5.2 days. If you place an order in 5.2 days, you'll get the inventory in 7.2 days. You'll get the inventory in 7.2 days. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Now, I think we had reached 5 o'clock, so I don't want to go beyond this. I will be doing some more question in the next session on this segment. One request is go through the concept book again, this chapter, and if time permits, close all your MCQ of chapter 1 and cost sheet. Chapter 1 and cost sheet, all MCQs completed. Chapter 1 will not take time. Cost sheet may time. may take time. Cost sheet may take time, but complete all MCQs, go through it, try it, not able to do, look at the solution, understand it. Once you understand it, still not able to get it, then send a message to me. Then send a message, but try to complete. Only thing, I don't want you to solve even one question. My request is not that. Some of you can spend 1 hour today, go home, take some rest, and if you can spend 1 hour solving all MCQs, we are done with 2 chapters fully. Chapter 1 is done fully, chapter 6 is done fully. Material cost, till now all MCQs I have discussed. Once I complete material cost, next day again the same thing. You have to do MCQs only. MCQs only. Descriptive, it's up to you. Descriptive is your wish. I will share a 160 question material, which after the batch is completed. After the batch is completed, in case you want to practice from that 160. In that 160, in the class 80-90 would get over. In the process, maybe around 80-90 may get over. Balance questions, whatever it is, you see it. Clear? I'll end with this then. Good morning, friends. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. Yesterday we are done with cost sheet. We had started with material cost. In that, I've done concept 1 or the point number 1, which is on EOQ. Just give me a minute. So in EOQ, we learned that this is the best quantity to order. It is the level at which total of ordering cost, carrying cost, and material cost is lowest. Ordering cost is computed on every order placed by the company. Ordering cost per order into number of orders, and it's inversely proportional with quantity per order. If quantity per order increases, ordering cost, total ordering cost will go down as number of orders will go down. Then we learned that carrying cost. The second part is carrying cost. This is incurred on every inventory maintained by the organization. Carrying cost is on the average inventory, and it is half of the quantity per order. And if it's given as a percentage, it's a percentage of purchase price. Whenever it's given as a percentage, it's a percentage of purchase price. And material cost is dependent on the quantity we buy and the price which is given. When we put a total of all of this, we'll get the total cost, and this is called total inventory cost, total variable cost, total relevant cost, and the objective is to minimize this total cost. EOQ formula is square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Now the annual demand is annual demand of raw material. The annual demand which we use here is annual demand of raw material and not annual demand of finished product. We'll have to be very clear. It's annual demand of raw material. If they give demand for finished product, annual production into input by output, or they may give consumption details of the raw material, consumption data into 365 days if it's daily, into 52 weeks, into 12 months, and then we go ahead. The other thing we saw was, in case they give stock information. What is stock information is, they give sales information. From sales I get production, which is credit side equal to debit side. Sales plus closing stock is equal to opening stock plus production. From production we get raw material consumption, production into input by output, into input by output, and from consumption we get the purchase. How do we get the purchases? Raw material consumed is equal to opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. The third layer can be is that in case there are transit loss and processing loss. So you start with units ordered less transit loss units received less processing loss units consumed. Compare this with the units you want to consume and then rework the units to be purchased. We also have a format to calculate this total inventory cost, which is starting with annual demand, quantity per order. When you divide by quantity per order, you'll get number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost. Again, average inventory is whatever you're ordering divided by 2. Then multiply with carrying cost per unit per annum, total carrying cost. Repeat the annual demand, purchase price, material cost, and total inventory cost or total relevant cost. We try to find a level at which we have the lowest total cost. Then we saw another element called as frequency of ordering. What is frequency of ordering is, at what frequency or in how many days we'll place every order. So the formula for frequency of ordering is number of days in a year divided by number of orders in a year, and timing of the next order is equal to whatever inventory we maintain. How many days can that inventory sustain? It can sustain for 2 days, 10 days, 15 days, minus the lead time. Lead time is the time taken for the supply of the material by the supplier. Time taken for supply of material by the supplier. This is what we saw. We'll do few more questions and then I get the next concept. Question 2. This is your test your knowledge. Question number 2 of your study mat. Question 2. Let's go through this. Company manufactures a special product which requires a component alpha. Special product which requires a component alpha. Following particulars are collected for the year 2013. Annual demand of alpha, cost of placing an order, cost per unit of alpha, carrying cost percentage per annum, carrying cost percentage per annum. Company has been offered a quantity discount of 4% on the purchase of alpha, provided the order size is 4,000 components at a time. This is your test your knowledge question number 2. In case you don't get it in study mat, then open the PDF. It is page 5 of the PDF, whichever way. Compute EOQ, advise whether quantity discount can be accepted, and the third part may not be there in the study mat. I have added that as an extra question. Find out the level of discount at which the company would be indifferent between purchase of 4,000 and EOQ units. This is the broad information. Now, this alpha, is it raw material or finished product? Participate live online, guys. You can start typing it. Raw material or finished product? Alpha. Read it carefully. It is a raw material because it says which requires a component alpha, which requires a component alpha. So alpha is the raw material, alpha is the raw material. If they said manufactures a special product alpha, then alpha is the finished product. It says manufactures a special product which requires a component alpha, which requires a component alpha. Clear? So this is clear. Now this is directly, so we will apply the formula, get the EOQ. After doing that, they are saying, I want to give a discount of 4%. If you order how many units at a time? 4,000 components at a time. How will we do? Comparison of EOQ with the quantity discount using the same format. Annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit per annum, total carrying cost. The same format we have to repeat and then do the comparison. There's another element I've added which is called indifferent. Indifferent between purchase of 4,000 and EOQ units. What is that? You will understand. Let's first do the EOQ part. Working note 1. Working note 1. Computation of EOQ. Computation of EOQ. Computation of EOQ. Let's write the formula. EOQ is equal to 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Carrying cost per unit per annum. In the question, annual demand of raw material is how much? I would want participation, guys. What is annual? 8,000 units. Live online, guys. You can type it. Others, please say it here. 8,000 units. Ordering cost per order, which is also given directly, 200. Ordering cost per order is 200. Carrying cost is 20%. It will be 20% of what? 20% of purchase price. 20% of purchase price. Whenever it is given as percentage, it is a percentage of purchase price. 20% of what is the purchase price? 400. Answer this. Let me know the answer. Yeah, correct. 80. Tell me the final EOQ answer. 200 units. Clear? 200 units is the economic order quantity. 200 units is the economic order quantity. Clear? Any doubts on this? Okay. Now question is saying, you are saying 200. No, we don't want to go with that. My supplier is saying, if you buy 4,000 units at a time, if you buy 4,000 units at a time, I'll give you 4% discount. I'll give 4% discount if you buy 4,000 units at a time. Maybe it is a good thing, may not be a good thing, we don't know. But he's saying 4,000 units at a time. If you order 4,000 at a time, we will give you a discount of 4%. We'll give a discount of 4%. Next, comparison of EOQ, EOQ and quantity discount. Particulars and have three column. What is the purpose of that extra column? I'll explain later. Particulars, EOQ, quantity discount. One more column. Why I'll explain later. EOQ and quantity discount. One more column will be needed. EOQ and quantity discount. EOQ and quantity discount. Let's write the format. Annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order. It's same as what we did in the earlier question. Total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit per annum, total carrying cost, annual demand, purchase price, material cost, and total inventory cost. Material cost and total inventory cost. Starting from annual demand till total inventory cost. Same thing we did in the previous session also, and one MCQ also. It's the same thing we did there as well. EOQ quantity discount, starting from annual demand till total inventory cost. Let's start from the beginning. What is the annual demand? 8,000. 8,000. Okay, before we do all of this, write the purchase price because you'll make a mistake here. 400. Discount means 400 minus 4%. Write the price always first itself. 384, because there's a possibility of making a mistake here. 400 and 384. 400 and 384. A mistake can be made here. 400 and 384. In EOQ, what is the quantity per order? 200. We calculated it as 200. And if I want to get discount, I have to order 4,000 components at a time. I have to order 4,000 components at a time if I want to get discount. If I want to get discount, I have to order what? 4,000 components at a time. So 4,000 divide 8,000 by 200 and 8,000 by 4,000. 200 is the quantity per order in EOQ, and if you shift to quantity discount, he's saying 4,000 at a time, which is a very high quantity, but I may still go ahead because I'm getting discount and all. We'll see. What is the ordering cost per order? 200, multiply them. 8,400. Average inventory is quantity per order divided by 2. 100, and now carrying cost is where a caution is needed. Carrying cost is where a caution is needed. This I had explained you even when I did that MCQ example yesterday, and you need caution at this place. Caution is, what is carrying cost given in the question? What is the carrying cost percentage they've said? 20%. They have not given 10 per unit, 15 per unit. So 20% means 20% into 400 and 20% into 384. 384. 20% into 400 and 20% into 384 into 400 into 384, 80 and 76.8. This will be a very important adjustment because ensure that when there is a change in purchase price, my carrying cost per unit can go down if it's given as a percentage. Multiply them. 8,000 and 2,000 into 76.8, which is 1 lakh 53,600. Repeat the annual demand. 8,000. Multiply them. Repeat the annual demand. Repeat annual demand. 8,000 into 400, 32 lakh, and 8,000 into 384, and put a final total. This side I am writing 3216, other side put a total. 3216, 3226, 3216 and 3226. Which means I am going to reject the discount. I am going to reject the discount. This is a usual exam question. It in EOQ they'll surely test a quantity discount question if they want to, where they'll say compare the EOQ with the quantity discount. 3216 compared with 3226, compared with 3226. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this part? So technically I am going to reject. I'm going to reject the quantity discount. I'm going to reject the quantity discount. 3216 compared with 3226. We are going to reject the quantity discount. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this part? Can we proceed? Okay. Question is saying, at what level will we be indifferent? Will we be indifferent between purchase of 4,000 and EOQ? What is indifferent is, in the end, both the cost should match. In the end, both the cost should match. Indifferent means I'm okay with EOQ, I'm okay with quantity discount. Both the amount should match. EOQ amount is not going to change because that is already done. Quantity discount amount can change if the price from 384 discount from 4 becomes 5, 6, 7, 3, 2. If you change the discount, 30 to 26 will change. If you change the discount, 30 to 26 will change. It will change to how much? I wanted to change to 30 to 16. I wanted to change to 30 to 16. 4% rejected. 5 may be accepted. 6 may be accepted. I don't know. I'll have to do the calculation, but 4% is rejected. 4% discount is not sufficient. You give me more discount. How much more? I don't know. So next, right, last column, indifferent discount. Indifferent discount. And in this case, purchase price is X. I don't know the price. I'm going to calculate this. Purchase price is X. Purchase price is X. And one thing I know is overall total when I put has to be 3216. Overall total has to be 3216. My purchase price is X. I don't know the price, but I want the total to be 3216. I want the total to be 3216. If that happens, I am indifferent. I am indifferent between EOQ and quantity discount, which could be little more than 4%, could be 5, 6, 7. We don't know. Let's do the calculation. Repeat. Same thing will get repeated. 8,000, 4,000, 8,000 annual demand. Quantity per order is 4,000. Number of orders 2. Ordering cost per order. Till total ordering cost, no. In fact, till average inventory, no change. Till average inventory, no change. Till average inventory, no change. But now carrying cost is 20% of X, which is 0.2X. Carrying cost is 20% of X, 0.2X. 20% of X, 0.2X. Carrying cost is 20% of X, 0.2X. When you multiply this, you will get 400X. 2000 into 0.2X. 2000 multiplied with 0.2. 2000 multiplied with 0.2. 400X. multiplied with 0.2 400x. Any doubts on this? Annual demand remains 8,000. Multiplication is 8,000x. Multiplication is 8,000x. Multiplication is 8,000x. Any doubts on this? Now below the table, what is the ordering cost total we had in this case? Total ordering cost 400 plus carrying cost 400x plus material cost 8,000x. 400 plus 400x plus 8,000x plus 8,000x is equal to 32 lakh 16,000. You will get the answer to X. Live online guys, if you are done let me know. Others do it. 400 plus 400x plus 8,000x equal to 3216. You will get an answer for X. 382.80. 382.80. Okay, live online is saying 81. Just check 80 how much it is. Okay, 81. Okay, 382.81. 382.81. Which means 384 is not okay. 382.81 is okay. Indifferent is 382.81. I'm not okay with 384, but I'm okay with 382.81. I'm okay with 382.81. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? It doesn't end here. Next, amount of discount. Amount of discount 400 minus 382.81. 400 minus 382.81. From 400 rupees, bring it down to 382.81. 17.19. Amount of discount 17.19. 17.19. 17.19. Percentage of discount. Finally, percentage of discount. Percentage of discount 17.19 on 400. 17.19 on 400. 17.19 on 400. Tell me the percentage. 4.30 percentage. 4.30 percentage. So I need a discount of 4.30 percentage. 4.2975, which is 4.30 percentage. So if you give me a discount of 4.30, I am indifferent between EOQ and quantity discount. I am indifferent between EOQ and quantity discount. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Okay. In the EOQ itself, there's another concept called price break and EOQ. Now, what is this price break and EOQs? The purchase price can change in the practical world depending on the quantity we buy. We just now saw a question where they said EOQ no discount. But if I order 4,000 units, we'll give 4% discount. Now, there's only one analysis. But the question may say like this: if you order 0 to 100, price is 10,000. 101 to 200, price is 9,500. 201 to 300, price is 9,200. Greater than 300, price is 9,000. So every level the price keeps changing. So here I have to compare EOQ with discount 1, discount 2, discount 3, discount 4, because every level gives me different discount number. Originally no discount, 10,000 rupees, then a 500 rupee discount, then a 800 rupee discount from the original price, then a 1,000 rupee discount from original price. Now in these type of question, ideally ICI should mention what quantity you want to order in every class interval. There is a way to get it, but ICI doesn't follow, so I'll follow what ICI does. I'll tell you. So in the 0 to 100, I will decide one quantity. I'll decide one quantity, and for that quantity we will start annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, carrying cost per unit, total carrying cost, again annual demand, purchase price, material cost, total inventory cost. For the second class interval, again you will take one quantity. For the third one, you will take one quantity. For the fourth one, you will take one quantity. And then in the end, find out a level at which we have the lowest total inventory cost. We have the lowest total inventory cost. This is what the concept says. The concept says for every class interval, you will have to do the calculation. For every class interval, you will have to do the computation and find the level. Find the level which has the lowest total cost. Lowest total cost. How will you take this? There is a way to do it, but I see it as random. So let me do the random approach itself. So let us see a question now. This is a problem. EXE Limited has received an offer of, this is study mat question number 5, an offer of quantity discount on its order of material as under price per ton and tons number 1200 if you order less than 500. Less than 500 means 0 to 499. 500 to 999 price is 1180. 1000 to 1999 price is 1160. 2000 to 2999 price is 1140. 3000 and above price is 1120. My annual requirement is 5000 ton. Ordering cost per order is 1200. Ordering cost per order is 1200 and the stock holding cost is 20% of material cost, which means 20% of purchase price. You are required to compute the most economical purchase level. Most economical purchase level means the level at which we have the lowest total cost. Then they are saying, let's ignore all this. Please do EOQ if there are no discount. If there are no discount and the price is 1500. Price is 1500, no discount. We'll apply our normal formula. Square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. This 5000 ton, is it raw material or finished product? 5000 ton raw material or finished product? That is the raw material because it says has received an offer on its order of material. I'm going to order the material and my annual requirement of the material is 5000. Finished product they have not talked about in the question. There's no information about the finished product. Let's close part 2. You do it and I'm doing it in the screen. Apply the formula. Square root of 2 into part 2 without discount. Without discount, close it. Square root of 2 into annual demand if you are done, let me know the answer. Without discount, live online guys, you type it. Without discount solving. I'm not sure. Whatever. 200. Okay. Yeah. 200 units is what I get as the answer in the live one. You will call it as 200 tons. Please don't call it as units in exam. 200 tons. The unit of measure is tons here. 200 tons. This is if I go without discount. This is if I go without discount. Now, for discount, last question said 4000 units, 4% discount. It did not say 2000 to 8000, some range and all they did not give. They just said 4000. Now, here, one approach we have to follow is random only. So, for random, this is what ICI has done. I'm going to follow this 400 in the first class interval, 500 in the second class interval, 1000 in the third class interval, 2000 in the fourth class interval, 3000 in the fifth class interval. One more assumption I'm going to take is number of orders to be rounded off. What is the impact of this? You'll understand when we do the calculation. Particulars and 5 columns. Particulars and 5 columns, same format. Particulars and 5 columns. Particulars and open 5 columns. Particulars and 5 columns. Usual format, no changes in the format. It is again little bit of a format driven chapter, particulars and 5 columns. The heading will be 0 to 499, 500 to 999, 1000 to 1999, 2000 to 2999, and less than, sorry, greater than 3000. These are the various numbers. 5 class intervals. Please write the format remains same: annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, ordering cost per order, total ordering cost, average inventory, CC per unit, total carrying cost, again annual demand, purchase price, material cost, total inventory cost. Okay, before we start, we will write two things here. First, let's write the price, because price will keep changing every class interval, and if price changes, carrying cost may also change. If price changes, carrying cost may also change. We're not sure, but it may also change. In 0 to 499, what is the price the question is saying? Price per ton is 1200. Then the price per ton becomes 1180. Then it becomes 1160, then it becomes 1140, then it becomes 1120. The price keeps changing. Now, to be honest, I don't see this question coming in exam, because different students will get different answer. Reason is 0 to 499, what quantity do I take? If they had mentioned some number, I will take it. So in the solution below, I wanted to follow what ICA has done. 400, right? 500, sorry, not this, not annual demand, quantity per order. 400, 500, 1000, 2000, 3000. This is purely ad hoc. There is no logic ICI has given. There is one way to get it, but it will not match ICI answer. So that's why I don't want to do it. 400, 500, 1000, 2000, and 3000. It's a random number. Clear? Let's start now. What is the annual demand? Write 5000 at all the 5 places. 5000, 5000. For number of orders, you will have to divide. You will have to divide. Listen, practical world, number of orders cannot be in decimals. For problem solving purpose, ICI allows decimals. Sometimes they round off. There is no clarity. It is not that they always round off or always they leave in decimal. Here, I know what they have done, so I've written an assumption area. Assumption area means it's there is no logic I can give. Number of orders to be rounded off. Number of orders to be rounded off. This is an assumption I have given. Can I do in decimal itself? Yes, you can do in decimal also. Will it lead to different answer? Yes, it will lead to different answer. If you round it off, it will give a different number. And if you leave it in decimal, it will give a different number. For example, here I get 12.5 rounded off to 13. Rounded off to 13. There's nothing in the screen. You can do it and then refer in case you get doubt. We have rounded off the number of orders 13, 10, 5, 3, 2. 13 orders, 10 orders, 5 orders, 3 orders, and 2 orders. What's the ordering cost per order? 1200. Write it at 5 places and do the multiplication. Do the multiplication. Do the multiplication. 1200 into 13 orders into 10 orders, 5 orders, 3 orders, and 2 orders. Just do the multiplication. 13, 10, 5, 3, 2. 1310,532. Next is average inventory. Average inventory. Average inventory. Average inventory is quantity per order by 2. 400 by 2. 200, 250, 500, 1000, 1500. 200, 250, 500, 1000 and 1500. Carrying cost per unit is what is the percentage given? 20%. It will keep changing every class interval. It will keep changing. 20% of 1200, then 20% of 1180, then 1160, then 1140, then 1120. Any doubts on this? Multiply, you'll get total carrying cost. Multiply and you'll get total carrying cost. Please do it and then refer the screen. Total carrying cost. Any doubts on this? Repeat the annual demand. Again do multiplication and then put a final total. Again do multiplication, 5000 into 1200. 60 lakh, 59, 58, 57, 56, and we put a total and then close it. Any doubts on this? Whichever gives the lowest cost, whichever gives the lowest cost is the most economical purchase level. Whichever gives the lowest total cost is the most economical purchase level. Any doubts on this? I'm not putting a total inventory cost and all. If you put, you will find. I'll just show it in the screen. It's the lowest cost I get is 59.22. 59.22. So that is the most economical purchase level. That is the most economical purchase level. I get the lowest cost is 59.22. If you put a overall total, I did not put a total and all. It does. In fact, I should have done only one situation. Doing 5 situations was just for practice. Any doubts on this? Clear? So very important format. We'll keep using this whenever you want to compare EOQ with quantity discount, or you have to do this analysis. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Clear? Done? Okay. The next technique I have is called, the first technique was EOQ. EOQ was helping me in deciding what quantity to order. So at my home, my mother said we are daily consuming wheat, rice. So let's identify what should be the EOQ. So we did analysis and found out that EOQ should be this many units. Like we consume rice and wheat, we also consume fruits, we also consume vegetables, we also consume lot of other items, oil, everything. But everything is not deserving the attention of my mother. My mother is saying I cannot take care of so many things and all. For so many things, taking care and all is very difficult for me to do. So I will focus on the important items. Other items, let's do ad hoc buying and all. Let's not get into EOQ. Let's not get into inventory levels. Let's not put so much control and all, because I have limited time with me. So I cannot have a proper control on everything. So in a corporate, if this issue comes in, then what corporate decides is Mukesh Ambani, who is the Reliance Industries head. He will take care of the important, most important things. The next layer is there below him. They will take care of the next most important things. Then there is other layer, other layer, other layer, other layer. So that is called ABC analysis. What is ABC analysis? Doing selective control. Doing selective control. In this revision batch, I have decided to take 7 chapters, which is according to me they are category A. Category A. What is category A is they are most important. Category A are most important. They are high in marks and maybe low in amount of time taken. Exactly, this will not happen in preparation and all, because mostly if it's high in marks, the amount of time also is on the higher side only. But practically, high in value, low in quantity. High in value, low in quantity. Category A, they are the highest in value and lowest in quantity. Highest in value and lowest in quantity. For example, in India, we want to take care of an idea called as income tax collection. Now, for income tax collection, an economist had said, I don't know which country, I don't remember, 80% of the wealth of a country may come from 20% of the people. 80% of the wealth of a country may come from 20% of the people. So income tax will be least bothered about people who are not in that range. If you are in that range, what will do? The top 20%, they will have lot of checks and balances. Balance people, they may have some checks and balances, but they'll not go in depth and all. Reason is, if the top 20% comply properly, 80% of income tax is collected properly. 80% of income tax is collected properly. So my efforts will only be towards the top 20%. This is also called as Pareto's analysis, selective analysis or Pareto's analysis. Category A, most important. Category B, moderately important. Moderately important means moderate in value, moderate in quantity. Category C, least important. Least important is low in value, high in quantity. At my home, gold. If I just take example of gold, not from a quantity purchase point of view, from a storage point of view, gold will be stored in a place which is not easily accessible. It will be locked. I may put multiple locks also and ensure that nobody is able to access the gold. Reason is they are high in value, low in quantity. High in value and low in quantity. Some of the items are moderate in value, moderate in quantity. Maybe I keep them within the house, have some control. Some item I'm okay to even keep it outside the house. Outside the house, thinking that even if anything goes bad, it is okay. Anything goes bad, it is okay. Nobody will keep gold outside the house. Gold will be kept in a safe place. So every person will somewhere follow the principles of ABC analysis, which says most important is category A, moderately important is category B, least important is category C. Now, there are two ways of doing ABC analysis. First is approach one. I will show this with an example. Then there's another approach, approach two. Before I do these approaches, this is the example. In this, product B is there, product A is there, product C is there. Tell me which can be category A according to you. You have the numbers there. Which can be category A according to you? Product B or product A or product C? Which is category A? Product C, because this is low in quantity and high in value, 50%. 50% value, 0.375% quantity. 50% value, 0.375% quantity. 50% value and 0.375% quantity. So this can be, or even you can say 85% usage. From a usage point of view, 85, 50% of the value, but the quantity is very limited. The varieties. So the top person will take care of these 15 items. These 15 items I want to take care. Mukesh Ambani says, I will take care of the 15 items. 50% is the value. 85% is the usage. So we are taken care till 85%. This will be category B. Moderate in value, 30% value, moderate in quantity, 2.75%. And this will be category C. Category C, because they are lowest in value, 20%, highest in quantity, 96%. If somebody says of all your chapters, 20% marks is going to come from 80% of the chapters, then people will ignore all that 80% chapters. So exactly, I cannot do it in your preparation, but in a practical world, companies will try to adopt this to understand where to focus, where not to focus. Now, to do ABC analysis, we'll have two ways of doing it. One is the approach one, which I'm going to explain with an example. Then there is an approach two, which is, there is one is cumulative analysis, second is individual analysis. How both happens, let's see it. You will not be doing any questions here. You will be in listen mode. I'll tell you in case something has to be done at your end. This is a question, okay? A storekeeper has prepared the below list of items kept in the store of the factory. Item A, units, unit cost, like item A to item L is there. Storekeeper required you to classify the items for prioritization. Classify the items for prioritization. You are required to apply ABC analysis. ABC analysis, where items which constitute 70, 20, 10 of the value is A, B, and C respectively. 70% value, 20% value, 10% values A, B, and C respectively. We are going to do something called as cumulative analysis. First thing I have to do is I have to multiply and get the value. Multiply and get the value. The steps are going to be simple, but it's very time consuming. It may take away 30 minutes of time. I don't see that much of an importance to be given at this stage. In case you want to practice, you practice this at home later on. So I multiply 3 lakh, 60, 50, 4, 2 lakh, 10. Like this, you have to multiply all the 12. After multiplication, you have to arrange them in the descending order of value. Arrange them in the descending order of value. Arrange them in the descending order of value. High value items will come in the top, low value items will come in the bottom. So ignore whatever you see here. This is the, ignore the other columns. This is the step one. Arrange them in the descending order of value. Arrange them in the descending order of value. I in the top, then A, then K, then E, then C, then G, then D. It goes on like that. It goes on like that. Arrange them in what? Descending order of value. If we have to do this step itself will take me 3-4 minutes in the class. I know, because first I'll multiply, then I put it in that order. Writing will take time. Clear? This is step one. Arrange them in the descending order of value. In this question, we are doing cumulative analysis. For doing cumulative analysis, write the cumulative quantity. What is cumulative quantity? 3000, first one. Second one, 3 plus 12. 3 plus 12 is 15. Then 15 plus 11, 5. 15 plus 11, 5 is 26, 5. 26, 5 plus 3, 8. Like this, you will have to go cumulative quantity, cumulative value. Cumulative quantity, cumulative value. Cumulative quantity and cumulative value. If I do it in Excel, I can get it even very faster. Cumulative quantity and cumulative value. This is step 2. Step 2 is cumulative quantity, cumulative value. Cumulative quantity and cumulative value. Third step is quantity, cumulative quantity divided by the total quantity. Cumulative quantity, every item, 3000 by 78, 15,000 by 78, 26,000 by 78, 30,000 by 78, 36,000 by 78, 36,900 by 78,000. Same way for value. Once you do here, till you get 70% value, till you get 70% value, category A, till you get 70% value, category A, till you get 70% value, category A. 70 till 90. Till 90 is category B. 90 till 100 is category C. 70, 90, 100. I'll repeat. Question will give you so many items and they may say 70, 20, 10, 60, 30, 10, 50, 30, 20, any percentage they may give. If they give that percentage, we may follow an approach called cumulative approach. What is cumulative approach? First do the multiplication. Assuming you had only 3 items, arrange them in the descending order. Arrange them in the descending order. So this will come in the top, this will come in the second, this will come in the third. Do cumulative quantity, cumulative value, cumulative quantity divided by total quantity into 100 to express in percentage. Cumulative value divided by total value into 100. Cumulative quantity divided by total quantity into 100. Cumulative value divided by total value into 100. In the total value till 70%. Here I have 69.24. So approximately 70, category A. From there till 90. Any of them you can stop. 87 or 92, both are very close to 90. Anywhere you can stop. It is a selective analysis. That is category B and balance is category C. Balance is category C. This is called as doing cumulative analysis. This is cumulative analysis. So if you see the steps here, it says arrange the item in the descending order of value. Arrange the item in the descending order of value. Compute cumulative value, cumulative quantity. Cumulative value as percentage of total value, cumulative quantity as percentage of total quantity. Classify the various item as per the predetermined rule. What is predetermined rule? 70, 20, 10, 60, 30, 10, 50, 30, 20, 50, 30, 20, your wish, whichever way, 50, 40, 10, whichever makes sense, you do it. It is a selective exercise. Selective means nobody can give a proper, I can give some logic, but I cannot say that this has to be B or C. But rule is high value should come as category A, low value should come as category C, moderate value should come as category B. This is one way of doing it. Then this is example is there. This was there in MTP, one of the MTP of ICI, not in your new syllabus, old syllabus MTP. And then this is there. Again, same thing. Item, units, rate. You will have to do the multiplication, but here we are going to do individual analysis. So no need to arrange them in the descending order and all, but still you will have to do a ranking. You will have to do a ranking. So what you will do is units rate amount, units rate amount, and after you do the amount, highest value is rank 1, next highest is rank 2, next highest is rank 3, next highest is rank 4, and again you are going to classify them only. But here ICI said we will do it like this. It is just an assumption. I cannot give a logic and all for this. Okay. So if question says category A items are those with value of more than 50,000. Category A items are those with value of what? More than 50,000. B are those value between 15 to 50, and C are those items which are below 15,000. This is a definition of, this is a definition. So what you will do? You get the value, do the ranking. This step can be done in the next step also. You do it this way, and this is 35,000 category B. 35,000 is category B. 72,000, 50,000 and above category A. 15,000, exact 15,000, 15 to 50 category B. You have to define it. You have to define it. 13,200 category C. 57,000 category A. 20,000 category B. You have to define it and then write them. Category A, 3 items. What are their percentage of units? What are their percentage of value? Units and value. Units and value. No cumulative. No cumulative. Individually you can write and then put a total. No cumulative. Individually you do A, B and C and then put a total. This is individual analysis. This is individual analysis. Ideally, if it comes in exam, they may have to define what they want you to do. If they don't define, your wish. So you can do the multiplication, do a ranking. After you do a ranking, come to the next step. Write category A items first. Rank 1, rank 2, rank 3 are category A items. Write their item, write their quantity here, percentage of total quantity, next column. Write their value, percentage of total value. Write the quantity, no cumulative, quantity, percentage of total quantity, value, percentage of total value, and then you can put a total. So category A 60% value, 33% quantity. Category A 60% value, 33% quantity. Category B 26% value, 24% quantity. Category C 13% value, 42% quantity. 42% quantity. Able to understand this? One is doing cumulative analysis. What is cumulative? Is arrange them in the descending order of value. Arrange them in the descending order of value. Cumulative quantity, percentage of total quantity. Cumulative value, percentage of total value. 70 category A, next 20 category B, next 10 category C. Other approaches, do the ranking. Do the ranking. This I would have to do it even in the earlier working note. Ranking and then arrange in the descending order. Arrange in the descending order. So after you're done in the ranking, rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, stop. Why stop? Because then now it is 15 to 50,000. Then again stop at maybe 7th or 8th rank. Then it will be less than 15,000. Now, how did I get this? No logic. I cannot give any logic. So it has to be defined in the question. It has to be defined in the question. One exam question, they said quantity as a percentage of total quantity, sorry, value as a percentage of total value. More than 15% value, category A. Less than 5% value, category C. Between 5 to 15%, category B. Something like that also had happened in one of the exam. For example, this is 20%, category A. 16%, category A. 22%, category A. More than 15%. They defined it in the question. More than 15. The question defined it. The question defined it. More than 15%, category A. Less than 5%, category C. All else are category B. Everything else is category B. Whatever the question defines. It is a subjective call. This is a subjective call. So you can follow whatever the question says. Clear? Any doubts on this? This is on ABC analysis. I don't see anything extra being discussed here. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on ABC analysis? I go to the next concept. Important thing, inventory levels. Now, at my home, rice is regular consumption. So we had a discussion. My mother said every time we will place 100 units order. That is EOQ. 100 units will be ordered by us. That is technically economic order quantity. Then I had a discussion with her saying that 100 is okay, but we have to go a step ahead and tell me when should I place an order, what should be the maximum inventory we have to maintain, what should be the minimum inventory we have to maintain, is there anything like a danger level of inventory, is there anything like a safety stock, all that inventory levels are going to talk. EOQ, what quantity to order, when to order will come through an approach called reorder level, when to order will come through an approach called reorder level. Now, what is inventory levels? Let's first understand that anybody who maintains inventory is dependent on two reasons, or depend on two items. One is consumption. Consumption is how much is company consuming, and second is lead time, time taken for supply. For example, Hotel Sangeeta may maintain even 1000 kg rice, because for them daily consumption is 100 kg of rice. For them daily consumption is 100 kg of rice. So they can make even 1000 kg of rice in their store. At my home we will not keep 1000 kg because our consumption is not that high. So the first parameter is consumption. First parameter is consumption. If you have a very high consumption, you will maintain a very high inventory. You will maintain a very high inventory. First factor is consumption, high consumption, high inventory. High consumption, high inventory. Low consumption, low inventory. At my home, we regularly consume wheat. So wheat will be higher. At your home, maybe you consume rice a lot. Rice could be on the higher side. Wheat may not be that much. At my home, rice may not be that much. It all depends on what we are consuming a lot. So first factor is consumption. In the consumption, we may have three types of consumption. What is three types of consumption is? I look at the historical data and say that maximum we consume 150 units per day. Maximum we consume is 150 units per day. Maximum is last 1 year data I looked at, and I found that one day we consumed 150 units. That is the maximum. Minimum we consume is 100 units. Normal or average if silent, normal or average if silent is half of 150 and 100 together. Average of 150 and 100. Average of 150 and 100 if silent. If silent. It is not silent. It has mentioned how much? 120, 120. So the first thing is, what is the consumption pattern? What is the consumption pattern? So we have three types of consumption: maximum consumption, minimum consumption, and average consumption. Maximum consumption, minimum consumption, and average consumption. Maximum is what did we consume as the highest in the past history. What did we consume as the highest in the past history. Minimum is what did we consume as the lowest. What did we consume as the lowest. And normal or average is average of max and min. Average of max and min are as given in the question. Are as given in the question. Second element is lead time. At my home, my mother says we will not keep that much stock of rice. Reason is, whenever we want, we just go down, shop is available, immediately we can get it. Immediately we can get it. But there are a lot of products which you cannot get immediately, That depends on lead time. What is lead time? Is time taken for supply. Lead time is time taken for supply. In lead time also we have three, and one more is there. What is that? I'll explain. Maximum is maximum time taken by the supplier. Maximum time taken by the supplier, which is 20 days. Minimum 10 days. Average 15 days. Average 15 days. Like we have maximum consumption, minimum consumption, and normal consumption. We also have maximum lead time, minimum lead time, and normal lead time. Maximum, minimum, normal for consumption, maximum, minimum, normal for lead time. One important thing is, if lead time is in days, consumption should be consumption per day. If lead time you say in days, consumption should be per day. If lead time is in weeks, consumption should be per week. If it is not, you have to do the job of doing the conversion. For example, question may say lead time 2 weeks, consumption per day. Convert them into weekly consumption. Convert them into weekly consumption, or convert the lead time into days. Both have to be in the same time period. Same time period. Both consumption and lead time should be for same time period. Same time period means it can be days, it can be weeks, it can be months. I'm not saying that it has to be days only, it can be any of them, but it has to be same unit of measure. And I can also have something called as an emergency lead time. What is emergency lead time? Is my supplier normally takes, normally takes 10 days, 15 days, 20 days. In Amazon, I was placing an order. Amazon said, rush delivery, pay extra 50 rupees, we will do a rush delivery. For rush delivery, I have to pay extra. That is called emergency order. Emergency order means you are ready to pay a higher price. So if you tell the supplier who is supplying from Bombay that I want it faster, he says, I'll do air transportation. But I'll charge you extra 10%. If I reach an emergency state, I may place an emergency order. So emergency lead time is 6 days. Emergency lead time is 6 days. Clear? These are the numbers which you have to search for in the question. You have to search for maximum lead time, minimum lead time, normal lead time, emergency lead time, maximum consumption, minimum consumption, and normal consumption. The first element is reorder level. Reorder level. What is reorder level? Is level at which I should place an order. Level at which I should place an order. Now, what ROL, don't look at the screen, just keep looking at me only. What ROL says is that assume the worst is going to happen. Assume the worst is going to happen. What is worst? Is supplier taking 20 days. Worst is supplier taking 20 days. ROL says assume the worst case. Assume the worst case. So supplier is going to take 20 days. Assume at your home also worst is going to happen. What is worst? Is consuming very high. Consuming very high. So I took 20 days and I consumed 150 units per day. I took 20 days and consumed what? 150 units per day. I took 20 days and consumed 150 units per day. Worst. Both are worst. 20 into 150 is 3000. So reorder level says, please place an order. Place an order when the inventory is 3000. When the inventory is 3000. Why are we saying when the inventory is 3000? Day 1, worst happened. Worst means 150 units consumed. 3000 became 2850. Another 150 consumed. Another 150 consumed. You kept on consuming 150. By the end of 20th day, you will reach zero inventory. But by that time, new lot would have come in. By that time, new lot would have come in. Reorder level assumes that the worst is going to happen. Assumes that worst is going to happen. So the purpose of assuming this worst is I don't want to go out of stock. I don't want to go out of stock. At my home, we consume 1 kg rice per day maximum, and lead time is 20 days. 20 kg rice if I have, I'll be very happy to place an order, because moment my inventory reaches 20 kg, I'll tell the supplier, please supply 50 kg, 40 kg, whatever number I decide, please supply that. Moment I place this order, every day I consume maximum, in 20 days I'll get the inventory. Will I always consume maximum? Anything can happen, but the reorder level says, assuming the worst scenario, still you will not go out of stock. Still you will not go out of stock. That is reorder level. Reorder level is I don't want to go out of stock. Maximum consumption into maximum lead time, but don't remember the formula, understand the logic. I place this order at 3000. What quantity will I order? EOQ. What quantity will I order is EOQ, which in this example is 4000. Which in this example is 4000. I'll place an order at when? When the inventory is at 3000, I'll place an order. What quantity will I order? Economic order quantity. ROL, what quantity? Sorry, when should you place an order? ROQ or EOQ, what quantity should you order? There can be a difference between ROQ and EOQ. You'll understand as we proceed. So, inventory reached 3000. I called the supplier, told him, please supply 4000 units. Now, I did this at 3000. Unfortunately, not the worst happened, the best happened. What is best is he gave me the inventory in 10 days, not emergency. He gave the inventory in 10 days. I was expecting what will happen? People will consume the highest and it will take the highest time. But unfortunately or fortunately, whatever way, you got the material in the lowest time. You got the material in the lowest time, and in this gap, you consumed the lowest. In this gap, you consumed the lowest. You got the material in the lowest time. You were expecting highest time, highest quantity. But what happened is lowest time, lowest quantity. So from 3000, 100 into 10 we consumed. 100 units into 10 we consumed, and unfortunately I got 4000 units. I got 4000 units. I got 4000 units. This is called maximum level. This is called maximum level. Maximum level says, assuming opposite of the worst happens, still 3000 will go down to 2000. You will get 4000. Inventory should not cross 6000 units at any point of time. Inventory should not cross 6000 units at any point of time. So ROL placed an order, assuming what will happen? Worst will happen. Will the worst happen? Yes, it can happen. But what happened is best. Minimum consumption happened, minimum lead time happened. So 3000 went down by 1000, and suddenly 4000 came in. Suddenly 4000 came in. That is your maximum level. That is your maximum level. Then came minimum level, which said no worst, no best. Let's take average and proceeded. No worst, no best. Let's assume average and proceeded. What is average? I placed an order at 3000. In the gap, I will consume 120 units. In the gap, I'll consume 120 units. In the gap, I'll consume 120 units, and material will come in 15 days. Material will come in 15 days. Material will come in 15 days. I consumed 120 units. Material will come in what? 15 days. This level, inventory should ideally not go below this. I will reach 1200 and suddenly material will come in. Suddenly material will come in. So minimum level says that your inventory should not go below 1200. Inventory should not go below 1200. If it goes below 1200 or other things, there's something called as danger level. All that I'll explain. But inventory should not go below 1200. So first is, when should I place an order? 3000. After 3000, maximum level says you consume the lowest and you got the inventory. You got the inventory. So after adding back the inventory I got, I should not cross above 6000. I should not cross above 6000. And my inventory reached 1200. I will get the inventory at 1200. Inventory may go to 5200, but minimum means 1200 below it should not go. 1200 below it should not go. 1200 below, it should not go. Clear? Any doubts on this? ROL, maximum consumption into maximum lead time. ROL, maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Maximum level says ROL, place an order in the gap, consume the lowest, get the material in the lowest time, and you get your material. All put together 6000 is the outer limit. Minimum level says place an order at 3000, no maximum consumption, no minimum consumption, normal consumption. No maximum, no minimum, normal. No maximum, no minimum, normal consumption. Normal consumption, you get a level. You get a level, which is your minimum level. Average level, as the name indicates, maximum plus minimum divided by 2. Maximum plus minimum divided by 2, which in this case is 6000 plus 1200 by 2. There are two formulae, both will give different answer. What is the other formula is, in the EOQ calculation when we were doing, we used to calculate on average inventory. The formula for average inventory was EOQ by 2. EOQ by 2. That plus EOQ by 2 plus minimum level. Why minimum level? Because minimum level will always be there in the company. Minimum level will always be there in the company. In an ideal situation, maximum 6000, minimum 1200, your inventory should always fluctuate in between only. It should not go below 1200, it should not go above 6000. Keep fluctuating between, keep fluctuating in between. If that happens, it's a very good inventory control. So 1200 will always be there. On top of it, EOQ by 2. On top of it, EOQ by 2. 1200 will always be there. On top of it, EOQ by 2. Both approach will give different for answer. Okay, both are having its own logic. Max plus, I believe this is a better approach, but we have two formula. One is minimum level plus ROQ by 2, and the last is danger level. Danger level means suddenly I have to pass an emergency order. What is emergency order is, I will get my material in 6 days. So, moment you reach a stage where you have only 6 days inventory, moment you reach a stage where you have only 6 days inventory, you panic. You start panicking and say, place an emergency order. What is panic? 6 days into 120. Every day normal 120. No maximum, no minimum. In a panic, I don't want to get into maximum, minimum. 120 units I consume. So 120 I have, another 120 I have, another 120 I have. Like that, 120 into 6 I have. 720 I reached because of some reason. I should never go below 1200. But because of some reason I reach 720, I start panicking now. I start panicking now and place an emergency order. I start panicking and place an emergency order. Emergency is danger level. Danger level. I'll place. Why I don't want to place emergency order? Because emergency order has a higher price. Emergency order has a higher price. Clear? Able to understand till this? Any doubts in this? No formula, nothing remembering. Let's repeat. Reorder level is equal to, what is the formula? Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Reorder level refers to the level at which a company will place an order. Company will place an order. Objective is, I don't want to go out of stock. Objective is, I don't want to go out of stock. How do I ensure don't go out of stock? By ensuring that I have the maximum consumption and also plan for the maximum lead time. Also plan for the maximum lead time. Maximum level is equal to ROL. ROL. What is ROL? You placed an order. In the gap, consume the lowest. In the gap, consume the lowest. Minimum consumption into minimum lead time and add back ROQ. Add back ROQ. Add back ROQ. Add back ROQ, which is the second one, which is the second approach. The third is minimum level. Minimum level, so no maximum consumption, no minimum consumption, only normal consumption, only normal. So ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. Then came average level, max plus min by 2, max plus min by 2, max plus min by 2 are the other approach. Are the other approaches minimum level plus EOQ by 2, minimum level plus EOQ by 2, minimum level plus EOQ by 2, danger level, panic time, lead time for emergency purchases into at least normal consumption, into at least normal consumption. Clear? Any doubts on this? I'll do some questions. 2-3 more points I want to explain. Average consumption and lead time if information is not given. Average consumption and lead time if information is not given. Average lead time is equal to max plus min by 2. This can be other way around also. Some question may give average and maximum. You can calculate minimum using the formula. Some question may give maximum and average. Minimum is calculated. Minimum and average. Maximum is calculated. Maximum and minimum is given. Average is calculated. It can happen either ways. It can happen either ways. So average lead time and average consumption is equal to max plus min by 2. Max plus min by 2. Second is ROQ. What is ROQ? Is reorder quantity, which in a rare scenario can be different from EOQ. Can be different from EOQ if problem is silent. ROQ equal to EOQ. If problem is silent, ROQ equal to EOQ. Other points I'll explain later. ROQ equal to EOQ. Let's take this example. Consumption per hour. Consumption per hour. Lead time days. Consumption per hour is 25 to 75 units. 25 to 75 units. Lead time is 3 to 5 days. 1 day is equal to 8 working hours. 1 day is equal to 8 working hours. So I don't like this 25 to 75. This is per hour. This is per hour. I'll convert it to per day. I'll convert this to per day. Let's write it. Consumption per hour is equal to, consumption per hour is equal to, this is page 19 example. Page 19 example. Consumption per hour is equal to, per hour is equal to 25 to 75 units. 25 to 75 units. 25 to 75 units. Consumption per day is equal to, consumption per hour 25 to 75. Consumption per day. 1 day consists of how much I've said? 8 working hours. 1 day consists of 8 working hours. So 25 into 8 to 75 into 8. 200 to 600 units. 25 into 8, 75 into 8. Okay, now what does this mean? 200 is minimum, 600 is maximum, average is average of 200 and 600. 200 is minimum, 600 is maximum, average is average of 200 and 600. Average of 200 and 600. Average of 200 and 600. Then lead time. Lead time equal to 3 to 5 days. Lead time 3 to 5 days. What is the use of this? Minimum lead time 3 days, maximum lead time 5 days, average lead time 4 days. Minimum 3, maximum 5, average 4. Minimum 3, maximum 5, average 4. Then they have said reorder quantity, ROQ 1000 units. ROQ 1000 units. This is the information. Question has asked for maximum level and minimum level. For both, first you have to calculate reorder level because formula is dependent on reorder level. Let's write reorder level is equal to, reorder level is equal to, reorder level is equal to, reorder level assumes that you will consume the highest, maximum consumption into maximum lead time. 600 units into 5 days. 600 units into 5 days. ROL assumes that maximum will be consumed. ROL assumes that maximum will be consumed. 600 into 5. Clear? Maximum level is equal to ROL in the gap lowest consumption, minimum consumption into minimum lead time, and I get back my ROQ. I get the material. ROL in the gap lowest consumption, and we get ROQ. in the gap lowest consumption, and we get ROQ. ROQ is the reorder quantity. We get the ROQ 3000 minus 3000 minus minimum consumption is how much? 200. Lowest 200. Minimum lead time 3 days, and you get back 1000 units. ROQ is 1000. You get 1000 units. What's the answer? Yeah, tell me the answer. Sorry, 3400 units. 3400 units. Any doubts on this? This is maximum level. Minimum level is equal to, minimum says let's not assume maximum consumption, let's not assume minimum consumption, just go with normal consumption. Normal consumption. So ROL minus in the gap. What we are subtracting is in the gap what will you consume. Subtraction is what will you consume. Normal consumption into normal lead time. 3000 average of 200 and 600 and average of 3 and 5. 200 and 600 average and 3 and 5 average. Thousand 400 units. Clear? Any doubts on this? Fairly simple, straightforward calculation. Any doubts on this? Can you proceed? Let's take this example. Normal consumption 10 units, maximum 20, minimum 5, normal lead time 4 to 6 days, lead time for emergency purchases 2 days. What is the danger level? What is the danger level? What is the danger level? Now, formula for danger level is normal consumption, nothing much to do, you need not do. Normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchase. Lead time for emergency purchase. Why an emergency purchase is made? Because of multiple reasons I'm making an emergency purchase. Normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchase. Lead time for emergency purchase. Normal consumption here is, and lead time for emergency purchases 2 days. 10 units into 2 days. Normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchases. Get me the answer to this. Let's see. 2 minutes for you. Reorder level, write the formula and get the answer. I've got an answer in live online, but that is wrong. Can you please check? Reorder level calculation. Yeah, I've got the right answer here as well as in live online. Reorder level, what is the formula? Max consumption into max lead time. Max lead time is 8. Max lead time is 8. What is maximum consumption is 20. Average is equal to 15 plus max by 2. 15 plus max by 2. Min plus max by 2. 20 is equal to 15 plus max by 2. 20 into 2 goes that side 40. Maximum is 25 units. You take 25 here. 25 into 8, 200. 25 into 8, 200. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Clear? monthly demand of a finished product 10,000 units. Monthly demand of a finished product 10,000 units. Very clear. Monthly demand of a finished product. Normal consumption of raw material 100 kgs per day. Assume 1 year consists of 360 days. Ordering cost per order 50. Carrying cost per unit per month. Per unit per month 1 per unit. Reorder quantity is 1.25 times of EOQ. Reorder quantity is 1.25 times of EOQ. Can you please first calculate EOQ? You may make mistake. I'll discuss. Calculate EOQ first here. Compute EOQ. Be a little cautious. Compute EOQ. Write in your notebook. Just doing in calculator will not help. Write the formula. Write the answer. Do EOQ. Answer final answer is 1.25 times of that. That is the ROQ. But first get me EOQ. What's the answer? 100. No, it won't match. 100 won't match. What is the EOQ you're getting? One answer I've heard is 100. That is wrong. At least it won't match the available options. Okay, let me discuss it. You would have tried now. Square root of 2 into ordering cost per order is 50. Carrying cost per unit per annum is 12. I don't see major confusion here. 2, 50, 12. What is the annual demand you have taken? Tell me, whatever in your note you would have written something as annual demand. 10,000 is wrong. 36,000, which is 100 kgs per day. 100 kgs per day into 360. 100 kgs per day into 360. The 10,000 will not help you. That will give you annual demand of finished product. That will give you annual demand of finished product. If they give input by output, okay. If they have not given input by output, normal these two formula I had explained F1, F2. So this is 36,000. What's the answer you get here? 2 into 36,000 into 50 by 12 takes square root. Then there is some drafting error in the question. How much you are getting? 547. Then I don't know. There is some drafting error. Then there is answers. I think there is some error. I'll correct this. But this will be the calculation. I wanted to teach that 36,000 part. There is some error in the question. Then there is some error in the drafting side. I'll correct it. But the answer will be 2 into 36,000 into 50 by 12. 2 into 36,000 into 50 by 12. 547, whatever you are saying, into 1.25. Into 1.25. It will not match any of the option. There is some drafting error then. Ignore that. But the main concept is annual demand of raw material means not finished product. You will have to take the raw material, which in this case is consumption per day into 360. Clear? This I will discuss later. Safety stock is there. Get me answer to this. Maximum level. It's a very lengthy calculation. Take your time. Maximum level computation is to be done. All the points you're aware of, so that's why I'm giving it to you. Anyway, I'll discuss. You try it, maybe after 2 minutes we'll do it together in case you're stuck. I will start doing it in some time. First, you give it a try. Okay, I will now start discussing it. Whatever stage you are in, you can do it along with me. If you're stuck, they have asked for maximum level. For doing maximum level, I will need EOQ and reorder level. I'll need EOQ and reorder level. So first, let me calculate EOQ. EOQ formula, square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Now, again, like the previous example, manufactures 5,000 units of a product per month. It's of no use to me because manufactures means that is the finished product. Manufactures 5,000 units of a product per month. If they had given some input output ratio, I would have done. Then what is consumption? 275 kg normal consumption. 275 kg into 52 weeks is the annual demand. 275 kg into 52 weeks. 275 kg, it says average consumption being 275 kg per week. This is the weekly data. This is the weekly data. So average consumption is 275 kg per week. 275 kg per week. So 275 into 52, not maximum, not minimum. 275 normal consumption. Normal consumption. If you look at concept 2, where I would have started with this explanation, till now we never used that formula, but now continuously 2 questions we are forced to use it. 275 kg per week into 52 into 52. 275 into 52. Once I do that, ordering cost per order is, how much is the ordering cost? 100. Carrying cost is given in the question is 20%, means 20% of purchase price. Yeah, I've got the answer in live online. What is the EOQ answer? You can round off and tell. 1196. 1196. 1196. It is in kg. This is the EOQ answer. 1196 kg. Clear? Any doubts on this? Then maximum level is equal to ROL minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus ROQ plus ROQ. Now coming to this calculation, I've started getting answers in live online for this. Maximum level is equal to ROL is maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Maximum consumption is 450 kg. Maximum lead time is 8 weeks. 450 kg into 8 weeks minus minimum consumption is 100 kg into 4 weeks plus 1196 plus 1196. The answer I've got here is 4396 kg. Any doubts on this? Again, EOQ focus is always there because without EOQ, I cannot do the inventory levels. Clear? ROQ is equal to EOQ if problem is silent. ROQ is equal to EOQ if problem is silent. Any doubts on this? Consumption here is annual demand is consumption per week into 52 weeks. Normal consumption per week into 52 weeks. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Okay, let's get into some questions now. Proper descriptive question. Let's do 14. This is your study material. It could be matching exact numbers, could be matching in illustration 6 or test your knowledge 6. Both should be almost same. So one of them will match exact numbers. Illustration 6 or test your knowledge question number 6. From the following details given below, either illustration 6 or test your knowledge question number 6 or both may be matching exact same number. I see I could have repeated the question. From the following details given below, calculate reorder level, maximum level, minimum level, danger level. Reorder level, maximum level, minimum level and danger level. ROQ is to be calculated based on the following information. Cost of placing an order, number of units to be purchased, purchase price per unit, annual cost of storage, lead time, average, maximum, minimum, emergency purchases, rate of consumption average, maximum. So almost everything is readily available. No major analysis, but as a practice question, I wanted to start with this. So we are doing this. Let's directly start solving it. Let's first get EOQ. EOQ is equal to EOQ is equal to EOQ is equal to square root of 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. 2 into annual demand of raw material into ordering cost per order divided by carrying cost per unit per annum. Annual demand of raw material directly available. What is the annual demand of raw material? Number of units to be purchased during the year. Number of units to be purchased during the year. Number of units to be purchased during the year, which is 5,000 into ordering cost per order. Participate, guys, please. 20. I told you to carry the institute study mat. The question will be there in that. What is the carrying cost here? 5. Annual cost of storage. Get the answer here. 2 into 5,000 into 20 by 5. Yeah, this is illustration 6 is what a student has said. 2 into 5,000 into 20 by 5. How much? 200 units. Clear? I will start doing the inventory levels and all. But before that, initial 2-3 question I want to do this. Write lead time and split into 4. Lead time split into 4. Max, min, normal, emergency. Max, min, normal and emergency. Max, min, normal and emergency. It is there in the question. If available directly, let's write it. If not available, I'll have to do some calculation. I want to write this first, then do the question. What is the maximum lead time? 15. Minimum 5. Normal 10. Emergency 4. There is no specific objective of writing this. Once I write it, I found in a batch that it becomes easier for them to visualize the answer. 15, 5, 10 and 4. Then consumption split into 3. Max, min, normal. Max, min and normal. Max, min and normal. Consumption, maximum, minimum and normal. Now the data we have is maximum is, normal is 15. Minimum will be max, yeah, it will be 10 technically. Max plus min by 2 is equal to 15. Max plus min by 2 is equal to 15. 20 plus minimum by 2 is equal to 15. Minimum will become 10. Minimum will become 10. 20, 10 and 15. 20, 10 and 15. Any doubts on this? 20, 10 and 15. Clear? Let's now look at the requirements. First requirement is reorder level. Let's apply the formula. Reorder level is equal to everything is there in your notebook. No need to look at the question now onwards. Reorder level is equal to maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Look at your chart and tell me what is the maximum consumption. Maximum lead time 20 units into 15 days, 300 units. 300 units. 20 into 15, 300. Clear? Any doubts on this? Next item they've asked is maximum level ROL minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time and get back the ROQ. ROQ is EOQ. Maximum level is ROL minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus ROQ plus ROQ plus ROQ. 300 units. Minimum consumption from the chart, tell me what is the minimum consumption? 10 units. Minimum lead time 5 days and ROQ is 200 units. All put together, as she said, 450 units. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Next is minimum level ROL. From the ROL will consume the average, no highest, no lowest. Normal consumption into normal lead time. ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. Normal consumption into normal lead time. 300 minus what is the normal consumption? 15 units. Normal lead time 10 days. They have not asked for average level, but let me do that also. Average level. We have two formulae, both may give different answer. Sometimes rarely it will give same answer, but otherwise mostly different answer. Formula 1, average level is equal to max plus min by 2. Average level is equal to max plus min by 2. Max plus min by 2. 450 plus 150 by 2. 300 units. 450 plus 150 by 2, 300 units. 450 plus 150 by 2, 300 units. This is the formula 1. Formula 2, which may give again a different answer. Minimum level will be there throughout the year plus ROQ by 2 divided by 2 is only for reorder quantity. Minimum plus ROQ by 2. Minimum plus ROQ by 2. You have got the answer in live online. Minimum is 150. ROQ is 250 units. Both will give different answer. Both approaches will give different answer. Any doubts on this? Clear? Then danger level is equal to normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchases. Normal consumption into lead time for emergency purchases. Normal consumption is 15 units, emergency purchases 4 days. Clear? Any doubts on this? A fairly straightforward question. All the data are almost available. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Let's come to 16. This is a little bit tricky question. Test your knowledge. Question number 4. A company uses three raw materials A, B, and C for a particular product. A company uses three raw material A, B, and C for a particular product for which the following data apply. Raw material A, usage per unit of product 10 kg, ROQ 10,000, price per kg zero point 0.1, delivery period minimum, average, maximum, reorder level. Minimum level is the question mark which we have to find. For product B, minimum level again question mark. Product C, reorder level question mark. And in below they have, okay, they have asked for four things. Let's try to find whatever four they've asked. I don't know why they have put question mark there. They've asked for four things: minimum stock of A, maximum stock of B, reorder level of C, average level of A. In the question, they have given ROL number and minimum level number for some of the product, which technically is wrong, but I can't help it. I'll go with whatever numbers they have given. Why wrong is, if I apply the formula, that number will not come. Reorder level formula is maximum consumption into maximum lead time, but if you apply the formula, that number will not come. It either a drafting issue or what they wanted to do, we don't know. We will, when you have to do minimum level of A, minimum level of A formula is reorder level minus normal consumption into normal lead time. What will you take as reorder level? Whatever is given in the question. If it was not given, then apply the formula. What is formula? Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. So they have given. Now let's understand this little better. Okay, in study mat the price is 10, 13, 15. Okay. Price will not matter. A student has highlighted that the price is 10, 30 and 15. Anyway, price will not matter in my answer. Let's just focus on now the other parts. Weekly production varies from 175 to 225, averaging 200 units of the said product. Averaging 200 units of the said product. This is on the finished product. This is on the finished product. I want raw material consumption. I don't want finished product consumption. But finished product they have given production. Finished product they have given production. They have said it is going to range between 175, 200 average, 225 maximum. What I can do is into 10 by 1, into 10 by 1. What is 10 by 1? Usage per unit of product. Input output ratio 10 by 1. Into 10 by 1 is the minimum consumption of A, maximum consumption of A, average consumption of A. Minimum, maximum and average of A is what? 175 into 10, 200 into 10, 225 into 10. What they have given is 175, 225, 200, which is the production, if you do into 10 by 1, into 10 by 1, into 10 by, why 10 by 1? It says usage per unit of product, usage per unit of product, usage per unit of product 10 usage. What is usage per unit of product? Input output ratio, 10 is to 1. They have given ROQ in the question. If that was not given, I would have followed an EOQ formula. I would have done EOQ formula, but they have given, will follow whatever they have given. So in this question, let's first write production, production of FG, 175 200 225. 175 is minimum, 200 is average, 225 is maximum. 175 200 225. 175 minimum, you have to understand, 225 maximum, 200 is average. Consumption of A, production in bracket, production into 10. Consumption of A, production into 10. Why multiplied with 10? Because question is very crystal clear. Said usage per unit of product, usage per unit of product. So this will be 1750 2000 2250. 1750 2000. If you want minimum consumption 1750, maximum consumption 2250, average consumption 2000. I don't know what I will need in the formula. I've written all the three. Lead time is directly given, so I'm not writing it again. First thing, every question you have to search for minimum consumption, maximum consumption, normal consumption. Minimum lead time, maximum lead time, normal, lead time. Last question, everything directly given. This question, lead time is directly given. Lead time 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4 for the three products, that is directly given. Consumption, little hidden manner. Little hidden manner. Any doubts on this? Next, consumption of B. Consumption of B. Production into. The input output ratio for B is 4 is to 1 and for C it is 6 is to 1. 4 is to 1, 6 is to 1 into 4. Production into 4. 700, 800, 900. 700, 800 and 900. Consumption of B 700, 800 and 900. Clear? Can you proceed? Consumption of C. Production into 6. Production into 6. Why 6? 6 is to 1. Production into 6. 175 into 6. 200 into 6. 225 into 6. What's the number you get? 1050. That's all. I am ready with all what I want. Now I'll keep applying formula. I'm ready with whatever I want. This is the basic information I want in any question. Minimum consumption, maximum consumption, normal consumption, minimum lead time, maximum lead time, normal lead time. Minimum lead time, I'm not writing it again because it's directly there in the question and we have three products. So I don't want to repeat it. If it was one product, I would have put a chart so that I can directly look into the number. First requirement, let's write minimum level of A. Minimum level of A is equal to. Minimum level of A is equal to. Minimum level of A is equal to, tell me the formula. Minimum level, what formula I said? ROL minus normal consumption into normal lead time. In case ROL is not there in the question, we'll apply the formula and calculate, which may not match what is given in the question, okay? Because it's a drafting issue or they wanted to test students' understanding, because if it's given, let's follow that. Minimum level of A is equal to, what is the ROL given in the question? 8,000. Normal consumption for A 2000. 2000. Normal consumption is 2000 and normal lead time 2. 4000 kgs. Raw material is in kgs. 4000 kgs. Minimum level of A 4000 kgs. Any doubts on this? Straightforward calculation provided you understand the concept. Next is maximum level of B. Maximum level of B, ROL minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus ROQ. Plus ROQ. It is going to be fairly simple, straightforward, as long as you understand the formula. Don't try to by heart the formula, understand the formula. Maximum level, ROL is given in the question, 4750. Minimum consumption is in your notebook, 700. Minimum lead time 3 and ROQ given in the question 5000. ROQ given in the question 5000. ROQ given in the question 5000. 7650 kgs. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? That's all. I'm not doing the other one. You can do at home if you want. Reorder level of C, maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Everything is there directly in your notebook now. And average level, if you want to find average level for min and max by 2. I don't want to get into this, but I have mentioned somewhere that there is some error in the question drafting, which because of which you can get different answer in different formulae. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept till now? Now, I had to discuss 3 more points here. Next is safety stock. What is safety stock is? Let's assume I want to go on a trip. I want to go for a trip. The trip will cost me 10,000 rupees. I've done the calculation. At the trip I will spend 10,000 rupees. This is what I feel I'll be spending. How much money would you want to carry for the trip? Exact 10,000, more, less, what will you do? If why more? More is because there can be some contingency or emergency. I know 10,000 only I need, but I'll still will keep 12,000 or 13,000. Can you look at the cash and say that this is emergency cash, this is normal cash? Is there any differentiation? No. Only thing I can do is in my wallet, maybe I keep it at different places, but there's no differentiation. There's no differentiation. Similarly, companies may keep some safety or buffer stock. Safety or buffer stock. This is, I need only 1,000 units, but I'll keep 1,200. Now you cannot look at the unit and say this is a safety stock, this is a normal stock. In accounting, we will say till 1,000 is normal, above is safety. So safety stock will be always maintained by the company, because of which safety stock will be added to reorder level. Safety stock will be added to reorder level. Earlier I was ordering at 3,000. Now I want more safety. So 3,500. I want more safety, 3,500. But if you add it to reorder level, if you add it to reorder level, automatically it will be added to maximum level. Automatically it will be added to maximum level because you start with ROL. Automatically it will be added to minimum level because you start with ROL. And if maximum minimum is automatically added, average level is also automatically added. So in case there is a question with safety stock, consider that in ROL formula. Automatically it will be considered in maximum level, minimum. What do you need to do? ROL will be maximum consumption into maximum lead time plus safety stock, because that's a buffer stock which I maintain throughout the year. That's a buffer stock which I maintain throughout the year. So once you add that buffer stock to which level? Add it to the ROL, automatically added in maximum level, automatically added in minimum level, automatically added in average level. Danger level it will not come. Danger level anyway, that's an emergency situation. Question can have a scenario where they don't give consumption detail itself. They say annual consumption 50,000. They don't even mention what is daily consumption, minimum consumption, maximum consumption. Nothing is mentioned. If they give you 50,000, consumption divided by number of days in a year. What is number of days? Some question may say 300. Some question may say 360. Some question may say 365. Silent, take it as 365. But otherwise, take the days given. You will get daily consumption. If no other information is there, that is maximum consumption, that is also minimum consumption, and that is also normal consumption. Maximum also same, minimum also same, and normal also same. Maximum also same, minimum also same, and normal also same. All the three are same. Maximum same, minimum same, and normal same. Same way lead time can be there. They'll say lead time 10 days. Now I'm searching what is maximum, what is minimum, nothing there, all are same. Lead time maximum 10 days, minimum 10 days, normal 10 days, maximum 10 days, minimum 10 days, normal 10 days. If data is not there, I cannot assume saying that I'll do higher, lower, all that I cannot do. Problem silent, maximum, minimum, normal, all the three are same. Consumption detail not available, calculate maximum, minimum, normal, all the three are same. Clear? Any doubts in this? And if you have any buffer stock, add it to ROL, add it to ROL, automatically added at other places. Clear? Any doubts in this? Let's see this in a question now. All the concepts, it's not a study mat question. It is November 23 MTP question. Primax Limited produces product P. You see the question in front of you, calculate EOQ. I don't want to discuss EOQ. Compute EOQ, after that I'll discuss. Compute EOQ, after that I will discuss. Everything is there in front of you. You calculate EOQ. 2 minutes for you to compute EOQ. ठीक है. So I've got an answer is 8,000. Just give me a minute. 8,000 units is what even a live online student has told. Square root of 2 into 60,000, because it uses raw material, into carrying cost will be 15% of purchase price. Why on average inventory? Because it's ultimately multiplied with average inventory divided by 1.5. You said answer is 8,000. Now they've asked for reorder level. All this I'll take you through. The question has safety stock. Question has safety stock. Let's write reorder level is equal to maximum consumption into maximum lead time plus safety stock maximum consumption into maximum lead time plus safety stock. Leave some 2-3 lines. What is the lead time given in this question? What they mentioned about lead time? They mentioned somewhere the lead time. Reorder period is lead time 10 days. Now right, it is assumed 10 days is maximum, minimum and normal lead time. All three are same. Maximum, minimum and normal lead time. I cannot do anything else. I cannot randomly assume something else. Maximum, minimum, normal, all the three are 10 days. All the three are 10 days. I cannot say more, less and all. I cannot have any choice. They have not given anything. 10 days is all the three are same. Maximum also 10, minimum also 10, normal also 10. Have they given consumption anywhere in the question? Any data on consumption directly given in the question? No. Now right, consumption per day is equal to 60,000. Consumption per day is equal to 60,000. 300 days as per the question. Question says 300 days in a year. 60,000 by 300. Consumption per day 60,000 by 300, which is 200 units. Absence of information. Maximum 200, minimum 200, normal 200. Maximum 200, minimum 200, normal 200. Maximum 200, minimum 200, normal 200. Any doubts on this? Clear? Now it's very simple. Let's come to this. Tell me what is maximum consumption? 200. Maximum lead time 10 days. Safety stock is given in the question. 200 units into 10 days plus 600 units. 2,600 units. Anything I ask, consumption maximum 200, minimum 200, normal 200, lead time anything I ask 10 days only. Maximum 10, minimum 10, normal 10. I don't have any other choice here. I don't have any other option here. I have to go with this only. Clear? Any doubts on this? Question has asked for maximum. I'll only do maximum level, average and all I'm not going to do. I'll just do maximum. Same formula. Formula is same. Once you understand the crux, it's the same thing. Maximum level is equal to now no need to separately add safety stock because safety stock is auto added in reorder level. Maximum level is equal to ROL minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus ROQ. ROL minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time plus ROQ. What is the reorder level? We just now calculated 2,600. Minimum consumption 200. Minimum lead time 10 days. And ROQ you had calculated, EOQ was 8,000. 8,000. Clear? They've asked for average level and all. Minimum you calculate. Average level, both formula will give same answer in this question. This is one of the question where you'll get same answer. Average level, two formulae are there. I don't want to do all that. I just wanted to explain the concept that in case you do not have information, all the three are same. All the three are same. Clear? Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Okay, this is a very good question. It is your study mat case scenario. In study mat, you have a case scenario. Please go through the question. I will discuss it after 3-4 minutes. In study mat, you will have the question. Case scenario 1, after your test your knowledge questions. In the test your knowledge questions, in the end, you will see case scenario. In the test your knowledge questions, in the end, you will see case scenario questions. See the case scenario question there. I give you 3-4 minutes. Please read it. Okay, I will now take you through the question. It's a case scenario based question, but it's a very well drafted question by ICI. Purchase Committee of A Limited has been entrusted to review the material procurement policy of the company. Chief Marketing Officer has apprised that committee that the company at present produces a single product X using raw material in the ratio of 3:2. So raw material, this is not input output ratio, but between A and B, between the product A and B, the ratio is 3:2. Material A is perishable in nature. Perishable in nature has to be used within 10 days. This will have some implication to the final answer. You'll understand that within 10 days of the GRN. GRN means after you receive the material. Material B is durable, can be used even after 1 year. Material B is durable, can be used even after 1 year. Material A is purchased from local market within 1 to 2 days of placing the order. 1 day minimum, 2 days maximum, 1.5 days average. Minimum 1, maximum 2, 1.5 days is average. Material B is purchased from a neighboring state and it takes what? 2 to 4 days. Minimum 2, maximum 4, average 3. Minimum 2, maximum 4, average 3. To purchase per unit of kilogram of material A and B, 30 and 44 respectively exclusive of taxes. So purchase price is 30 rupees and 44 rupees for material A and material B. To place an order, company has to incur an administrative cost. For every order, administrative cost of 1,200, which is the ordering cost per order. Ordering cost per order. Carrying cost is 15% of purchase price, 5% of purchase price. In that, at present, I am buying A in lot of how much? 15,000 kg to get 10% discount. When I do EOQ, I'll not consider this 10% discount and all. Then we'll compare EOQ with the current lot size. We'll be comparing EOQ with the current lot size. GST applicable, but input tax credit is availed. Input tax credit. If it was not availed, I would have added this to the purchase price. Sales department has provided that the company can sell how much? 30,000 kg in January, and the same will continue for the entire year. It will continue for the entire year means 1 year 30,000 into 12. That is the production sales. From sales, I have to get production, but no opening and closing given. So sales is equal to production. Production into 5 by 3. Production into 5 by 3 is consumption. Production into 5 by 3 is consumption. And in the consumption, I have not been given any stock and all, opening, closing. So consumption is purchase. Consumption is purchase. They want to know in January what will be the quantity requisition. Requisition is bought. What will be the quantity bought for material A and B? Then EOQ for material A and B. What will be the maximum level for material A? What saving or loss if you shift to EOQ, and what will be the minimum level of A? Mostly everything for A. Part 1 has asked for A and B, and part 2 has also asked for A and B. I'll only be doing A. B we are not going to do it. You will understand why we are not doing it when I get to the answer. I'll only do it for A. First is EOQ. For EOQ, sales, production, consumption, purchase. Sales and production is same. Consumption and purchase is same. Consumption and purchase is same. We'll do it for the yearly. Yearly divided by 12 will help me in the answering question 1. Question 1 specifically wants January, but EOQ wants yearly number. EOQ wants yearly number. Clear? Any doubts on this? Let's start. Question 18. It's a very good question, very well drafted. Particulars calculation amount. Particulars calculation amount. Annual sales / production. Both are same. You will see question where it can be different. We did one MCQ example for that. Annual sales / production. Annual sales / production. The question has said the sales department has provided an estimate that it will sell how much? 30,000 kg in January, and same will continue for the entire year. Same will continue for the entire year. 30,000 kg into 12. 3,60,000 kg. Any doubts on this? Input output ratio. Input output ratio. The ratio of input and output is given in that para. What is the ratio of input and output? 5 is to 3. 5 is to 3. Input output is 5 is to 3. 5 is to 3. Annual raw material consumed slash purchased. Consumed slash purchased 3,60,000 into input by output. Production into input by output. Production into input by output. Then I'll bifurcate A and B. Then I'll do the bifurcation between A and B. Production into input by output. 6 lakh kg. For producing 3,60,000 kg of finished product, I need 6 lakh kg of raw material in the ratio of 3 is to 2. Two raw materials in the ratio of 3 is to 2. I need 6 lakh kg of raw material in the ratio of 3 is to 2. In the ratio of 3 is to 2. Next, raw material A. Annual demand 3 is to 2. So 3 by 5. 3 by 5 for this and 2 by 5 for the other one. 6 lakh. 3 is to 2. 3 by 5. And raw material B. Annual demand 2 by 5. 3 by 5 and 2 by 5. 3,60,000 kg. 2,40,000 kg. Clear? Any doubts on this? 360 kg and 240 kg. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? So, question wanted January, what will it be divided by 12? Whatever you have calculated is the annual number. What you have calculated is the annual number divided by 12. You need not do all this. I'm just putting a tick here. 30,000 and 20,000. 30,000 and 20,000. 3,60,000 divided by 12. 2,40,000 divided by 12. Any doubts on this? 3,60,000 by 12. 2,40,000 by 12. Then EOQ. Let's do EOQ for material A. EOQ square root of 2 into, no need to write the formula, let's just apply it. Square root of 2 into, tell me the annual EOQ of A. EOQ of A. EOQ of A. 2 into 3,60,000. 2 into 3,60,000. I'm doing it for A. Can I do it for B? Yes, you can do it for B also. Let's do it for one of them. You'll understand why only one is sufficient. 2 into 3,60,000 into, what is the ordering cost per order? Administrative cost of 1,200 and 15% of purchase price without discount. 15% of purchase price. GST and all, no implication. 15% of purchase price. 15% of purchase price. %% of purchase price. 13,856 kg. 13,856 kg. EOQ of A. 2 into annual demand into ordering cost 1,200 divided by 15% of 30. Any doubts on this? Okay, now listen. Moment I know A is 13,856. I just put a tick here. B has to be 16,181. I'm not doing the calculation. B has to be 16,181 because I don't see another 13,856. If there are two options with 13,856, then do B also. Then no choice. If there are two options with 13,856, do B also. Any doubts on this? Clear? Next, lead time. write lead time and split into three because we have to do inventory level. Max, min, normal. Material A alone, not material B. They have not asked anything of material B. Max, min, and normal. Max, min, and normal. Look at the question and tell me the lead time for material A. Sorry, material A or material B? What they've asked? Yeah, material A. Material A. Tell me the lead time for material A. One is minimum, two is maximum, 1.5 is normal. One is minimum, two is maximum. They have not asked for material B, so I'm not bothered about material B now onwards. Only material A is our focus. Okay, 1, 2, 1.5. 1, 2, and 1.5. Minimum is 1, maximum is 2, normal is 1.5. Normal is 1.5. Any doubts in this? Clear? 1, 2, and 1.5. Consumption they have not given directly. So consumption per day is equal to annual consumption divided by number of days in a year. Annual consumption divided by number of days in a year. Annual consumption divided by number of days in a year. This is what we did in the previous question also. What is the annual consumption of A? It's there in your notebook. Sorry? A. 3,60,000. 3,60,000. We are doing it only for A, okay? 3,60,000. Number of days in a year is 25 into 12. Number of days in a year is 25 into 12. 25 days in a month. Company works for 25 days in a month. 25 days in a month. 25 into 12. 300. And what is the consumption you get? This is maximum, this is minimum, this is normal. Maximum, minimum, normal. All the three are same. Maximum, minimum, and normal. Maximum, minimum, and normal. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this part? Question has asked us to compute maximum level in 3 and minimum level in 4. Minimum level is the fifth question. Maximum level and minimum level, and one comparison is to be done, which I'll take you through in some time. That's the most important part. Let's do now. Maximum level. For maximum level, first get the reorder level. Reorder level is equal to, right? Reorder level is equal to. Tell me the formula for reorder level. Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. Everything is there in your notebook, okay? Don't look at the question now. Maximum consumption into maximum lead time. What is the maximum consumption? Whatever you have calculated is maximum, minimum, normal. Lead time, what is the maximum lead time? 2 days. Then max level is equal to ROL plus ROQ minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time. ROL plus ROQ, understand this, you'll understand the working. ROL plus ROQ minus minimum consumption into minimum lead time. Wait, there are certain adjustments needed here. 2,400. ROQ is not EOQ. Why not EOQ? Because company is not following that. Company is saying I am ordering in 15,000 lot. I am ordering in lot size of 15,000. You told me to order EOQ. I am not following what you are saying and all. I am ordering what? At present, material A is purchased in lot of 15,000 kg. At present, it is purchased in lot of what? 15,000 kg. I am not following what you are saying and all. This is my wish. I am following reorder as what? 15,000 kg. I am following it as 15,000 kg. So ROQ is 15,000. ROQ is 15,000. Minimum is 1,200. Lead time, look at your chart and tell me minimum lead time. Give me the answer, but this is also not the final answer. I'll explain you. First, give me this answer. This is not the final answer still. This is still not the final answer. There is a reason, I'll explain. 16200 kg. Any doubts on 16200? Clear? This can be the final answer, but there is one check need to be done. What is the check? I'll explain. In the options, I have 16200, so it could be the answer, but it is still not because of one reason. Material A is perishable in nature. Material A is perishable in nature, has to be used within how many days? 10 days. So logically, my maximum level should be equal to 10 days of consumption, or whatever this formula is telling. Because beyond 10 days, it is illogical. You should not have inventory more than 10 days of consumption. So if the formula says 16200 and 10 days of consumption is 25,000, then you can restrict to 16200, no problem. But I don't know what is 10 days of consumption. I'll have to do the calculation. Why 10 days? Because life is only 10 days. So what is the point of maintaining inventory? At my home, we consume 1 kg of rice. Life of rice is only 10 days. If we have 15, 20, 25 kg, rice will get wasted. Rice will get wasted because it has a life of only 10 days in the question. It says life of 10 days. It is a perishable product, has a life of 10 days. Max level to be restricted to 10 days into 1200. 10 days into 1200 per day. 10 days into 1200 per day. If your answer is 8000, no problem. 7000, no problem. But if it's more than 12,000, final answer will be restricted to 12,000. Final answer will be restricted to 12,000. Any use of maintaining more than 12,000, you will lose the inventory. You will lose the inventory. So there's no point in maintaining a higher inventory. No point in maintaining a higher inventory. 10 days into 1200. 10 days into 1200 is the outer limit. 12,000 kg. So I said 12,000 kg is the answer, which is very logical. I'm very happy with what they have done. 12,000 kg. Quickly close minimum level. Apply the formula for minimum level. Maximum level will be 12,000. Apply the formula for minimum level. Everything is there in your notebook. You please apply and then refer the screen. So this question, one important adjustment is what happens if it's a perishable product. So perishable product, logically, it doesn't make sense for me to maintain more than 10 days. This also will have one more implication. You will understand as we proceed. Any doubts till this? Any doubts till this? Clear? This would have been 8 marks of the exam. There's another requirement which is there, which is the most time consuming requirement, but that has also been there. The most time consuming requirement is this: calculate the saving or loss in purchase of material A if the purchase order quantity is equal to EOQ. Today I'm following 15,000. Then somebody told me EOQ some 13,000. Can you shift to EOQ? Can you shift to EOQ? By shifting, my overall cost may go up, may go down. Overall cost will be calculated using that format which we did, which is starting from annual demand, quantity per order, number of orders, total ordering cost, all that will happen. And then we will compare and then finally say, is EOQ cheaper or ROQ cheaper? ROQ is 15,000. EOQ some 13,000 something. Which is better? We don't know. Which is better? We don't know. They want us to know how much is the saving or loss. How much is the saving or loss if the order quantity is shifted. If the order quantity is shifted to EOQ. Let's write that format. Let's write the format. Please write the 12 items first. EOQ versus ROQ. EOQ versus ROQ. Particulars EOQ, ROQ. Don't write any numbers. There are certain adjustments needed. You just write the format and keep it ready. That's all. I don't want you to write even one number. There are certain adjustments needed. Because of that perishable product, you will need certain adjustments to be done. No need to write annual demand also, just the format. And not a new format, usual format of ours. This is. Okay, I hope you have written the format. Write purchase price EOQ 30 rupees, ROQ 10% discount. 10% discount 27. 30 and 27. Don't even write annual demand. There are certain adjustments needed here. What is the EOQ quantity? Quantity per order was 13,856. ROQ is 15,000. Just write this and then wait. Okay, now listen. I need to use 3,60,000 kg. This is my annual requirement. Problem for me is if I order 13,856, I don't know why we will choose this, but if I order 13,856, 12,000 will get used. Why 12,000 will get used? 10 days life. 10 days life. 1,200 into 10. When I'm buying, that time itself, I know 1,856 will be wasted. 1,856 will be wasted. This I know when I'm buying itself. I don't know why we will choose this, but the question has said that. So 12,000 is equal to 3,60,000. I will be forced to buy more. I'll be forced to buy more because I'm going to be wasting item. And in 15,000, wastage is even more higher. Wastage is even higher. By when we are buying itself, we know there is going to be wastage. So below the table, write annual demand. Annual demand 13,856 split into 2. 13,856 split into 2. 12,000 and 1,856 wasted. 1,856 wasted. 12,000 used, 1,856 wasted. 12,000 is used by us, 1,856 is wasted by us. 12,000 used, 1,856 is wasted. Clear? Any doubts in this? 12,000 equal to 360. Tell me what is 13,856. You'll have to buy more. No, it will be more. 12,000 equal to 3,60,000. So what's the number you said? Now check again. 12,000 equal to 360. 13,856. It will be some 4 lakh something type. 12,000 equal to 3,60,000. 13,856 equal to question mark. 4,15,000. 680. I am going to waste material. I am going to waste material. What you said, I think, is the wastage part. 415, 680. 415, 680. 360 use, balance is wasted. Balance is wasted. So annual demand in EOQ, right? 415,680. 415,680. Unfortunate. This is unfortunate, but that's what the numbers are indicating. You are going to waste material. You are going to waste material. So it is 415,680. 415,680. Then 15,000 split into 2. 12,000 used. 3,000 wasted. This is higher wastage. 3,000 wasted. 12,000 used. 3,000 wasted. The wastage is going to be even higher here. Wastage is going to be even higher. 12,000 used. 3,000 wasted. 3,000 wasted. So now you have to buy how much? 12,000 equal to 360, 15,000 equal to how much? 4 lakh 50,000. Balance is going to be simple. Let's do it now. Let's complete the table. 4 lakh 50. We are forced to buy more than what is needed. We are forced to buy more than what is needed because of one stupidity which we are doing. The stupidity here is we should not order more than 12,000. Maximum level itself is 12,000. Why should I order more than 12,000? But we are ordering. It will lead to wastage, and because of the wastage, you need to buy more. You need to buy more. Balance, let's quickly do it. Number of orders, divide 415 680 by 13 856. 30. I think both will be 30. Ordering cost per order is 1,200 multiplied 30 into 1,200. I'll not spend time beyond this, okay? I'll be just quickly doing the calculation. I don't see any difficulty beyond this. Main part was that annual demand has to be adjusted upwards. Has to be adjusted upwards. Reason is we are wasting material. Ideally, there should have been a third option. What is third option? Is 12,000. If you order 12,000, no wastage. If you order 12,000 or 10,000, 8,000, 6,000, no wastage. But ordering 15,000 or 13,856 doesn't make any sense. Average inventory divide by 2. Tell me the number. 13,800. Other side will be 7,500. I will not spend time on this. Ideally, in fact, I should have stopped the answer itself. 4.05, 4.5, 15% of purchase price. Be cautious. Whenever there is a change in purchase price, carrying cost per unit will change. CC per unit will change. Multiply the two. 6928 into 4.5. And the other one, 7,375. Repeat the annual demand. 415, 680, 4,50,000. 415, 680 and 4,50,000. Technically, see, some of you try to write it from the screen, doesn't serve any purpose because printed answers are there. All the material, everything is there. Only thing is you should do on your own and then refer. The practice is what is needed in the class. 415, 680 into 30. Where I wanted to spend more time, I explained in depth. This I cannot spend time because these are already taught to you. 415 into 30 is how much? In fact, I'm just ending it here. You can complete it later if you want. 125, 122. EOQ has more cost. EOQ technically has more cost, so loss due to EOQ. Loss due to EOQ. In this question, EOQ has more cost, so there is a loss due to EOQ. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on the concept here? I really don't want to spend much time here. It's a very simple, straightforward question. Any doubts on this? Can we proceed? Important adjustments I've explained in depth. After this, putting total, all that, I don't want to waste time here. Any doubts in this? You can do it later. You need not even do it. Doesn't really matter. As long as you got how this 415 and 450 came, balance is just a formality. Balance was just a formality. Moment you understood 415 and 450. Any doubts in this? Okay, 19 is a very good question which you should ideally try it at home. This is a question where you will start with sales. From sales, you will go to production. From production, you will go to raw material consumption. From raw material consumption, you will go to raw material purchase. And that order you will follow. And they've asked for ROQ, maximum level, minimum level. All that is okay. That's not a very tricky part. But you will follow that order. You will follow. We have already done this as one MCQ. Clear? With this, my inventory levels discussion get over. Inventory levels predominantly again had the discussion around your EOQ. EOQ kept on coming back here. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Okay. Part 4 is a very small segment which is there in your ICI material called as inventory ratio. Inventory ratio. So till now we have learned three things. EOQ will tell what is the quantity to order. ABC analysis will tell only focus on some of the product. Don't try to do it for all the products. Inventory level will tell when should I place the order. Inventory should not exceed a level. Inventory should not go below a level. There can be an emergency or a panic order at some stage. All this inventory level set. Inventory ratios will help me in again classification. But here classification is fast moving item and slow moving item. We are going to classify them as fast moving item and slow moving item. How are we going to classify? Using a ratio, inventory turnover ratio. Inventory turnover ratio. Now, what does the ratio say? Inventory turnover ratio, you do it for FG also. That is called COGS by average stock. For raw material, denominator is average raw material, and the numerator for this is raw material consumed. Numerator is raw material consumed and denominator is average raw material. Denominator is average raw material, but numerator is raw material consumed. What is raw material consumed? Opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock. Let's assume you get this as 5 times. It means you're rotating the inventory 5 times in a year. Another product 10 times, faster rotation. Another product 15 times, more rotation. Higher the rotation, better and fast moving item. Higher the rotation, better and fast moving item. I got this answer. I want to know one rotation will take how much time? 360 or 365 divided by inventory turnover ratio. 360 or 365 divided by inventory turnover ratio. That is called inventory days. That is called inventory days. You should have low inventory days and high inventory turnover ratio. Low inventory days and high inventory turnover ratio. Low inventory days and high inventory turnover ratio. So raw material consumed by average stock, opening stock plus purchase minus closing stock, opening plus closing by 2, and inventory days is it can be 360, 365, 300 can also be there, rare scenario, divided by inventory turnover ratio. Divided by inventory turnover ratio. Let's see this example. From the following data for the year ended 31st March, calculate the inventory turnover ratio. It's illustration 10 and 11, both will be almost same numbers maybe. Inventory turnover ratio, and put forward your comments. Comments is classifying them into fast moving and slow moving. Comments is fast moving and slow moving. We'll have to do the classification, but here we are required to calculate the inventory turnover ratio as well as inventory days. Let's directly start. Inventory turnover ratio is equal to raw material consumed by average stock. Raw material consumed by average stock. Raw material consumed by average stock. Material A we have, material B we have, both we will do. All the data is almost available. I don't have much to explain in this concept. Material A, opening stock is 10,000, purchases 52,000, closing stock 6,000. 10 plus 52 minus 6. 10 plus 52 minus 6. 56,000. Denominator is 10 plus 6 by 2. Average stock. Seven times. Then we'll do it for material B. Material B, 9,000 opening stock plus purchases minus closing stock divided by 9 plus 11 by 2. 9 plus 11 by 2. We get it as 7 times is better, faster rotation, more rotation, 7 times. I'll convert this into days also. The question may ask for days. We have to do both. If they just say inventory term, inventory days is equal to question has not mentioned 360, 365, nothing is mentioned. We take 365. 365 divided by inventory turnover ratio. 365 divided by inventory turnover ratio. 365 by 7. 52.5. 14 days, and material B is 365 by 2.5, 52 days and 146 days. 52 days and 146 days. 52 is preferable, 7 times is preferable, that is fast moving, other product is slow moving. Fast moving and slow moving classification. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? So part 4 segment is done. I don't have much to explain. Now I come to part 5 segment, which is on an item called safety stock. I did discuss little bit about safety stock, but now we are going to discuss the concept in depth. Safety stock is a buffer stock which I keep. Why do I keep this buffer stock? To protect from something called a stock out. What is stock out is, at my home, my mother wanted to make some product. She wanted to cook something. For that, we need lot of items. One of the item is not available. Obviously, she cannot cook it. I order, it will take 2-3 days to get it. So I cannot cook it. If I cannot cook it, assuming I'm a commercial establishment, I cannot sell it also. If I cannot cook it, I cannot sell it also. So one is, there is a stock out which can happen. If stock out happens, you incur a loss on that. What is the loss? Stock out cost is incurred. I go to a shop, ask, do you have product A? First time you went, I said not there. It's a stock out. I lost the sale, lost the profit on the sale. Second time you went, again I said no. Third time you went, again I said no. Fourth time you stop going to that shop. You stop going because you feel that that shop will not have the product. That shop will not have the product. So stock out leads to, one, there is a loss which happens today. Also, there is a future loss which is going to happen because the company doesn't even have this. To protect, what should I do? I can maintain buffer stock. But the problem with buffer stock is, I incur carrying cost on that. I incur carrying cost on that. We were balancing ordering cost and carrying cost in EOQ. But when it comes to safety stock, I'm now trying to balance two items: stock out cost and carrying cost. Stock out cost and carrying cost. If you maintain safety stock, stock out cost will go down, can become zero also, but carrying cost will go up. Carrying cost will go up. If you don't maintain, carrying cost is not there. Normal carrying cost, I'm not bothered. What is normal carrying cost is EOQ by 2. Let's ignore that, all that. Carrying cost will not be there on the safety stock, but there will be a huge stock out cost. There can be a huge stock out cost. In optimum safety stock is one where the total of both is lowest. What is total of? Total of stock out cost and the carrying cost. Total of, no ordering, all that will not come into picture. Total of stock out cost and carrying cost is lowest. Objective is to balance both. Let's understand this with a proper example. Question 23, study material, illustration 7. Illustration 7 in study material. Let's see this. ABC Limited trades in four-wheelers and tubes. It stocks sufficient quantity of tires of almost every vehicle. In the year ended 2112, the report revealed that ABC Limited experienced stock out of tires. Tires is, I trade. Trade means I buy tire, sell tire. Buy tire and sell tire. So the tire is like my purchased product, also my sold product. What happened is, I faced 100 unit stock out 2 times. I faced 80 unit stock out 5 times. I faced 50 unit stock out 10 times. 20 unit stock out 20 times. 10 unit stock out 30 times. And no stock out 33 times. Every time a stock out happens, I lose 150 rupees. Every time a stock out happens, I lose 150 rupees. And if I have to maintain extra inventory, I have to spend 50 per unit. I have to spend 50 per unit. They are asking what is optimum safety stock level. Now, what is optimum is, first option is 0 units. Don't maintain any safety stock. Second option is, you can maintain 10 units. If you maintain 10 units, the 10 which is there, no, that will become 0. If you maintain 10 units, your history says you have stock out and all, so maintain 10 units. Another option is maintain 20 units. Another option is maintain 50 units. Another option is maintain 80 units. And the last option is maintain 100 units. If you maintain 100, no stock out will happen. No stock out will happen. But the problem is, as you increase it, carrying cost will increase, because you have to incur carrying cost, no divide by 2 and all here, because buffer stock will be maintained throughout the year. Buffer stock will be maintained throughout the year. So on the entire buffer stock, I'll be incurring 50 per unit. On the entire buffer stock, I'll be incurring 50. Now, stock out is not that it is going to always happen. Why always not happen? Because looking at the history, can you tell me the total of this? Can you just quickly put a total? Quickly put a total. So 100 unit stock out has happened only 2 out of 100 times. 2 out of 100 times. So you cannot assume that extreme will always happen. 2 out of 100 means 0.02 probability. 2 out of 100 means 0.02 probability. 5 out of 100. So first let's write the probability. What is the use of probability? You'll understand in some time. Let's write the probability and then we will do the stock out cost. Working note 1, probability of stock outs. Probability of stockouts. No need. Okay, you don't have that. Okay, right. Probability of stockout. Probability of stockout. Two columns as given in the question. Third column is probability. Stockout number of times, probability. Stockout number of times and probability. Number of times and probability. 100 to 85, 50, 10, 20, 20, 10, 30, 0, 33. This is the data given in the question. Total 100. Now you cannot just go at look at say 100 happened and I want to maintain 100 units. There is a very rare possibility of that happening. So I have to bring in probability also. So what is probabilities? 2 out of 100, 0.02 chance. 5 out of 100, 0.05 chance. 10 out of 100, 0.10 chance. 20 out of 100, 0.20 chance. 30 out of 100, 0.30 chance, and 33 out of 100. In fact, 33 percentage of the time we never faced a stock out also. We did not even face a stock out for 33 percentage of the time. It could be in days or see, I'll explain as we proceed one more concept. Any doubts till this first? Clear? Now to protect from stock out, I will start maintaining safety stock. I'll start maintaining safety stock. Working note 2, optimum safety stock. Identification of optimum safety stock. Optimum safety stock. 4 columns. Safety stock level, carrying cost, stock out cost, total cost. Carrying cost, stock out cost, and total cost. Question sometimes can say that these are the option for safety stock 0, 10, 20, something they mention. If they don't mention, whatever stock out is happening. So 0, why 0? I don't want to maintain any safety stock. 10 units, 20 units, 50 units, 80 units, 100 units. 0, 10, 20, 50, 80 and 100. These are the various levels I'm thinking about. Can there be 75? Yes, can be. Can there be 65? Yes, can be. Question has not given anything. Whatever stock outs happening, I'm just trying to protect myself from that. If you maintain this 0 into 50 rupees, carrying cost is 50 rupees. 0 into 50, 10 into 50, 50 rupees you have to incur. 0 into 50, 10 into 50, 20 into 50, 50 into 50. No divided by 2 here. You have to incur carrying cost on the entire safety stock. On the entire safety stock. and 100 into 50. This is the carrying cost I have to incur. 0, 500, 1000, 2500, 4000 and 5000. Carrying cost to be incurred is this. But if you maintain 0 unit, stock out is problem. If you maintain 100 units, you can write stock out cost will be 0. No stock out will happen. No stock out will happen if you do 100 units safety stock. Others I have to do a calculation which is little complicated and tricky calculation. I'll take you through 1, 2 and you'll understand them. Okay, 100 units if you maintain, no stock out. So put together total cost is 5000. Objective is to balance the total. Objective is to balance the total. If you maintain a very high buffer stock, this will happen. Next, note 1 computation of stock out cost. Note 1 computation of stock out cost. Stock out cost. Safety stock of 0 units. Safety stock of 0 units. Stock out cost. Stock out cost and split into 5, 10, 20, 50, 80, 100. Stock out cost 10, 20, 50, 80, 100. I'll have so much of stock out. Every stock out is 150 rupees. Every stock out is 150 rupees. So below this, loss 1500, loss 3000, 150 rupees, loss 7500, loss 12,000, loss 15,000. I will have a loss of 1500, 3000, 7500, 12,000, 15,000. Look at the question and tell me the probability for 10. Something was there. What is the probability for 10? Sorry, in your notebook. Probability of 10. 0.3. Probability of 20. Write this in bracket here. Okay. 0.2. Probability of 50. Probability of 80. 0. Probability of 100. Whatever is given in the question, I've written it here. 10 units, 0.3, 1500 loss. 20 units, 0.2 chance, 3000 loss. 50 units, 0.1 chance, 7500 loss. 80 units, 0.05 chance, 12,000 loss. 100 units, 0.02 chance, 15,000 loss. And 33% no loss. What will ultimately happen? I don't know. It can be 0 loss, it can be 1500 loss, it can be 3000 loss, it can be 7500 loss, it can be 12,000 loss, it can be 15,000, it can be anything. It can be anything. Now, when I don't know what it will be, we go with probability analysis. What probability analysis says is 1500 is not sure to happen. So 1500 you consider, but only consider 30% of that, because only 30% chance of that happening. Only your loss will be 1500. What is the chance of that happening? 30%. So listen for a minute and then write. Stock out cost is equal to 1500 into 30%. This can happen, or 3000 into 20% chance. Any of this can happen. Any of this can. 30% chance 1500 will happen, then this is my loss. 20% chance 3000 will happen, then this is my loss. Once you put this total, that is called expected stock out cost, which is technically weighted average. We are doing weighted average, not simple average. What is weighted average? Is 1500, 0.3 weight, 0.3 weight, 3000, 0.2 weight. I'm not multiplying with probability, I'm multiplying with weights. I'm multiplying with weights. 7500, the probability is 0.1, which is 10%. 12,000 losses, probability is 0.05, which is 5%. You can even write 0.05 also. And 15,000, 0.02 or 2%. I'll repeat again. I have this many losses: 10 units, 20 units, 50 units, 80 units, 100 units. 10 units, 30% chance. 20 units, 20% chance. 50 units, 10% chance. 80 units, 5% chance. 100 units, 2% chance. Multiplied 1500, 3000, 7500, 12,000, 15,000. Now write expected stock out cost right below. Expected stock out cost equal to 1500 into 1500 into its weight. What is weight? Probability. 1500 into 30%, 3000 into 20%, 7500 into 10%, 12,000 into 5%, 15,000 into 2%. Tell me the final total. I've got the answer in live online. 9150. Others here also completed. Somebody else can confirm if they have done. One answer I've got is 9150. 1500 into 30, 3000 into 20, 7500 into 10, and goes on. You got 9150. Sorry? Okay, then I think there is some error by them. 2700. Friend, can you check? Balaji, can you check? 2700. Okay, that's the number then. 2700. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? So I go up, and if you don't maintain any safety stock, 2700, put together 2700. This is one level, 0 units we have done. What happens later, I'll explain. I did not maintain any safety stock. Loss is 2700. Loss is 2700. Next, in the same thing, safety stock of 10 units, right? Safety stock of 10 units. Safety stock of 10 units. Safety stock of 10 units. Once you understand this, balance is formality. Stock out cost split into the 5: 10, 20, 50, 80, 100. Probability 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, 0.05, I think 0.5, 0.5 only, no? Yeah, and 0.2. Earlier, I was saying I will not maintain any safety stock. I was playing without maintaining any safety stock. Clear? Original situation, safety stock of 0 units. Any doubts till this? Once you understand this, it's over now. Listen. If you maintain 10 units, loss is 0. Why loss is 0? Because 10 units stock out, 10 units safety stock. If 20 units stock out is there, stock out will happen, but now stock out will not be 20 units. Stock out will be 10 units. Stock out will be 10 units. Why 10 units? Because 10 units safety stock is there. 10 units safety stock is there. People are asking for 20. I am giving them 10, and to 10 customers, I'm saying product is not available. To 10 customers, I'm saying product is not available. People are asking for 20 units. People are asking for 20 units. I have a buffer stock of 10 unit. When they ask for 10 units, I gave them the product. Here my loss is 10 into 150. 10 into 150. Here my loss is 40 into 150. Here my loss is 70 into 150. Here my loss is 90 into 150. I am bringing down the loss by 10 units. I am bringing down the loss by 10 units. People ask for 10 units, loss is brought down to 0. People ask for 20 units, loss is brought down to 10 into 150. 40 into 150. Do the weighted average again. Please do it. Do the weighted average again. Into 0.2, into 0.1, into 0.05, into 0.02. Write this. Write this and then do weighted average. 10 units loss is 0, 20 units loss is brought down, 50 loss is brought down, 80 loss is brought down, 100 loss is brought down. Objective is to bring down the loss. I've got two different answer in live online. Guys, can you check and tell me? One student has said 1695, another student has said 1635. Somebody complete and then confirm the answer. 1695. ठीक है. Okay, yeah. Multiple students have said 1695. I'll do one more level and then you understand it. Thereafter, it's a formality. We're not going to do 1695. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Can we proceed? Any doubts on this? So I go back to the calculation. 1695. Stockout cost is going down. Carrying cost is going up. Together, cost is still going down. Put together, cost is still going down. 2700 has gone down to 2195. Put together, the cost is still going down in this example. Clear? Can we proceed? Same. Safety stock of 20 units now. 20 units. This alone we will do and then end the session. And then take a break. Safety stock of 20 units. Stock out cost, break it into 5, 10, 20, 50, 80, 100. 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, 0.05, 0.02. 10, 20, 50, 80 and 100. 10, 20, 50, 80 and 100. Okay, listen this alone, or you do it if you have clarity, you do it. Otherwise, listen. This will become 0. This will also become 0. Both will become 0. This loss will go down 30 units into 150. Loss will go down to 30 units. Loss will go down to 60 units. And loss will go down to 80 units. Then we'll have to repeat for 50 units, 80 units, 100 units, no need to do. 100 units is 0 directly. No loss anywhere. 30 into 150 loss, 60 into 150 loss, 80 into 150 loss. With this, once you are done, I'll then show the answer and then we are done. We'll take a break and then resume. First complete this 30 into 150, 60 into 150, 80 into 150. Thousand one. Again, the overall cost is still going down. 2140. Overall cost is going down. Beyond this, you can do at home if you want. 375, 60 it will be. The lowest cost is at 20. The lowest cost is at 20. So we will go ahead with 20. The way in which I would have solved in the material will be little different. The class what I've done is chart way will be easy to do. You do it and then refer the answer. Do it and then refer the answer. With this discussion gets over. We take a break. I resume again at maybe 150. We'll resume. 150 we resume again. Okay, let's continue with the discussion. Till now, what we have done is we have learned about how do we control material cost. There are multiple techniques of controlling it, starting with EOQ, inventory levels, ABC analysis, fast moving, slow moving classification, and safety stock. Now we will move to an area called accounting for material cost. What is accounting for material cost is the term material cost does not only include the basic price of the material, it includes all cost incurred to bring the material to the factory. It is going to include all cost incurred to bring the material to the factory. So what we are going to do here is we have to calculate first total material cost, in which only the purchase price will not come. We will be buying something at 8 rupees, but we'll record that as 10, 12, 14, 16. So we are now going to look at how do we account for receipt of material. Then later on we are going to see how do we account for issue of material. Material cost includes all costs incurred to bring the material to the factory. All costs which we are incurring to bring the material to the factory. Aggregate material cost. What are the aggregate material cost? These are included, these are excluded, these are ignored. Included, excluded, ignored. What is included? Basic price, the price which you pay. Freight inwards, because this is a cost incurred to bring the, we learned this in the cost sheet area. Cost incurred to bring the material to the factory. Road tax, toll tax, again cost incurred to bring the octroi entry tax, GST, customs duty, insurance, commission, non-returnable packing. What is non-returnable packing is when you buy a bottle of Pepsi, you buy it in a plastic bottle. When you buy in a plastic bottle, you are not required to return the plastic bottle. So you will keep the plastic bottle with yourself. And the Pepsi company is even charging you for that bottle. Indirectly in the price, they are charging you even for that bottle, or they may separately charge you for that. Separate charge if they do, that's called cost of non-returnable packing. And net cost of returnable packing is sometimes we buy in a glass bottle. We consume, we return it. When I bought it, he told me to pay a deposit of 100 rupees. When I returned, he gave me back only 80 rupees. So net cost is 20 rupees. All these will form part of material cost. These items, if there, we have to subtract it. Trade discount will be subtracted from the price. Quantity discount and trade discount is same. Subsidy or grant incentive. GST if ITC not available. If ITC is not available, consider it. What are ignored? If ITC is available. If ITC is available, ignore it in the cost calculation. And then certain abnormal items like demurrage, penalties, detention charges, fine, all these are abnormal items are ignored in costing. We learned that in cost sheet also, and here also it will be ignored in the calculation, any abnormal item. Demurrage is basically a penalty charged by a transporter. A transporter, when I get any goods through transport, it reaches the transporter premises and I don't take it from the transporter immediately. I wait, make him wait. If you make him wait, there will be a demurrage charges on that. Detention, penalty, cash discount. This is important. Cash discount is if I have ordered something and if I make early payment, I'll get cash discount. Now, making early payment is possible only if I have money, and that money can come in the form of a loan. That money can come in the form of a loan. Costing ignores interest on loan. So costing doesn't want to consider the benefit which you get out of cash discount. So cash discount is a financial income. Cash discount is a financial income, and interest expense is a financial expense. Interest expense is a financial expense. Cash discount is a financial income. Costing says we will ignore it. We will ignore the item of cash discount. We'll ignore the item of cash discount. Now, this is all my overall cost. I ordered 10,000 units. Denominator will not be 10,000. In the denominator, you may have to remove those two items. Shortage and transit. Transit loss, processing loss. You'll have to deduct that in the denominator. Transit loss and processing. Only the normal loss is to be deducted. Any abnormal loss happens, we don't subtract it. Normal loss is to be deducted, and that will be my denominator. So I buy something for 10 rupees. I'll record that as 20 rupees. I'll record that as 20 rupees. Let's see an example. A company has purchased 200 units for rupees 2000. This is part of column 1. What is column 1 is items to be 2000 rupees will be included in the cost calculation. I paid GST of 316 bracket what? Eligible for ITC. If you are eligible for ITC, it is to be ignored. Eligible for ITC is to be ignored. Paid 100 for returnable boxes. 100 is not my expense. It is a returnable box. It is a returnable box. Company will receive how much? 80. Only 20 rupees is the material cost. Only 20 rupees is the material cost. I paid 100. I'll return the box. He will return me 80 rupees. He'll return me 80 rupees. So net cost of returnable packing is 20. 2000, another 20. Eligible for a discount of 200. That discount is to be ignored in our analysis. Discount is to be ignored in our analysis. So 2000 rupees and 20 rupees, only these two are relevant. Only these two are relevant. Cash discount, ignore it. GST, ignore it, because you're eligible for ITC. You're eligible for ITC. So 2020 is the expense. 2020 is the expense. Basic price of chemical A, 1 lakh. Basic price of chemical A is 1 lakh. I've ordered how many units? 10,000 units. I've ordered 10,000 units. 1 lakh is part of my numerator, material cost. Basic customs duty, 12%. Normally customs duty, you don't get any input credit unless they specifically mention. So 1 lakh is there, another 12,000. Demerit charges, what should I do? Ignore, because it's an abnormal item. Demerit charges is to be ignored because it's an abnormal item. So my numerator is 1 lakh 12,000. Denominator is 10,000 minus 16%. 10,000 minus 16%. I'm not bothered what you received and all. 10,000 minus 16%. If you have received less, received more, that's your headache. 10,000 minus 16%. Why 16% is deducted? Because everyone in the industry will have 16% loss. I suddenly have a higher loss. I cannot tell my customer to pay, because if denominator goes down, per unit cost will go up. If denominator goes down significantly, per unit cost will go up. No customer will pay just because I have an abnormal issue. So denominator is 8,400. Denominator is 8,000. 10,000 minus 16%. 10,000 minus 16%. What we received is 8,000. Balance 400 is abnormal loss. Balance 400 is abnormal loss. Balance 400 is abnormal loss. Can you divide and tell me how much you get? 13.33. It will be recorded as 13. I purchased at 10 rupees. In my books of accounts, I'll record it as 13.33. Purchased at 10 rupees, but in my books of accounts, we'll record this as 13.33. We'll record this as 13.33. Any doubts on this? Clear? Let's see this in a question now. It's a good problem. Question 25. You may not have an ICI study mat, so please refer the question here. AXE Trade, an unregistered supplier under GST, purchased material from VIE Limited, which is a registered supplier under GST. During the month of June 2024, the traders has purchased a lot of 5,000 units on credit from VIE Limited. Information related to the purchases: listed price, trade discount, CGST and SGST credit available, cash discount, freight and insurance, toll tax, demurrage, commission, returnable containers, refund on returning the container, other expenses. 20% of the material shortage is due to normal reason. 20% of the material shortage is due to normal reason. Payment was made to the supplier within 21 days. If you make payment within 21 days, you'll be getting discount. Go through the question. They've asked MCQs. We'll see MCQs later. Just go through the question. Okay, let's see this now. I purchased a lot of 5,000 units and price of one lot is 2,50,000. So ideally my purchase price should be 50 rupees. But when I record in my books of accounts, it can be more than 50, less than 50 also rarely possible. But because I will get some discounts and on top of it, there will be some extra expenses. So I have to factor all of this and record it. They have asked 5 MCQs. We'll see the MCQs little later. First thing we will do is calculate the cost. What is cost is two steps you have to do. One is called aggregate material cost. What is aggregate material cost is include all the column 1 items, deduct all the column 2 items, ignore all the column 3 items, include all column 1 items, deduct all second column items, ignore all third column items. Then divided by effective good units. What is effective good units? Which is a separate working note. Units ordered less normal loss. Only normal loss is to be subtracted. Working note 1, computation of aggregate material cost. Computation of aggregate material cost. Aggregate material cost. Particulars calculation amount. Aggregate material cost. Particulars calculation amount. Right. Listed price. Listed price 2,50,000. Listed price 2,50,000. Listed price 2,50,000. From the price, I'm going to get a discount. What is listed price is MRP. MRP is 2,50,000. From the MRP, I'm going to get a discount of 10%. 10% discount is there. Less trade discount. This is to be deducted. Cash discount is not to be subtracted. Trade discount is to be subtracted. Less trade discount. 25,000. Trade discount 25,000. What should I do with? Okay, you can write net price. Net price. Net price. Net price 2,25,000. What should I do with CGST and SGST? Ignore or add? It says credit available, but the problem is first line. Acts trade an unregistered supplier in GST. If I'm an unregistered supplier, how will I claim input tax credit? Because I don't even charge GST. I'm an unregistered supplier. You take classes from Bharadwaj Institute, you pay as GST. On that GST, the act allows you to claim input tax credit, but you are not a registered supplier itself. So where will you claim the credit? So I am an unregistered supplier. I buy from Bharadwaj Institute. Bharadwaj Institute gives me a GST bill. I can go ahead and claim the input credit, but I'm not even. So when I buy a mobile phone or when I buy a car, when I buy a mobile phone or when I buy a, a laptop, credit is available. Credit is available, but I cannot claim. Credit available, but cannot be claimed. Credit available, but cannot be claimed, because unless you are registered under GST, how will you claim it? Unless you are registered under GST, it should have been ignored if that line was missing there. The word is very clear. Acts trade an unregistered supplier and unregistered supplier under GST. If you are an unregistered supplier under GST, credit is available. There are no doubts in that. Credit is available but cannot be availed. Cannot be availed. You cannot avail this credit because you are not even a GST registered supplier. You are not even a GST registered supplier. Able to understand this? Able to understand the point? Clear? Now write CGST and SGST. Credit available but cannot be claimed. Available but cannot be claimed. 2,25,000 into 18%. Available but cannot be claimed. Unless I register under GST, I cannot claim the credit. 40,500. Credit is available, but as such, I cannot claim it. Then thereafter, very simple. Freight and insurance will come in the calculation. Freight and insurance will come. Toll tax will come. Demurrage, what should I do? Ignore. Toll tax 5,000. Demurrage ignored 0. Demurrage is ignored 0. Demurrage is ignored 0. Then we have commission. Any cost incurred to bring the material. Commission is incurred before the purchase is happening. Commission and brokerage. Commission and brokerage. Commission and brokerage 10,000. Commission and brokerage 10,000. Net cost of returnable packing. I am depositing 30,000 for container, and when I return the container I get only 20,000. I am depositing 30,000 rupees for the container, and when I return it I get back only 20,000. I get back only 20,000. Net cost of returnable packing. Net cost of returnable packing 10,000. We have a problem here. Other expenses is 2% of total cost. I don't even know the total cost because other expenses is part of total cost. So it is like that situation which we saw where profit margin can be on sales, can be on cost. If it is on sales, you need sales. You don't have the sales, assume sales is 100, profit is something, cost is. So what we will do is we'll put a total now. Total cost excluding other expenses, total cost excluding other expenses, total cost. Total cost is 100, other expenses 2, and total cost excluding other expenses 98. Total cost excluding other expenses is 98. I do not have the total cost. I do not have the total cost. When we have it profit margin on sales and you don't have sales, sales is 100, profit is 10, cost is 90. Like that we proceed. So put a total at this stage. Total cost excluding other expenses. Total cost excluding other expenses from net price from 225 till 10,000. Live online guys, you can type it. Let me know the total cost. I've got the answer 307 720. One student has said 314. 307 720. That should be the number 307 720. Any doubts on this? This is the total expense excluding the other expenses. Excluding the other expenses. I don't know the other expenses. What we do, we'll see. Any doubts till this? Add other expenses and total cost. Add other expenses and total cost. Now what question has said is other expenses 2% of total cost. 2% of total cost. So total cost in bracket 100. Other expenses is 2 and excluding other expenses 98. Total is 100. Other expenses is 2 and excluding other expenses is 98. Excluding other expenses is 98. 100, 2 and 98. Any doubts on this? Clear? And now you can write 98 equal to 307 720, 2 equal to question mark. 98 equal to 307 720. Always if they give a percentage of something and you don't have that, assume it as 100. Assume it as 100. 98 equal to 307 720. 6280. Put together 3,14,000. So my overall material cost is not 2,40,000, which is the basic price. It has gone up to 3,14,000. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 3,14,000? Next, working note 2. Effective good units. Effective good units. We can do a table, but I'm doing it as a line itself. Effective good units is equal to units ordered minus normal loss. Only normal loss is to be subtracted. Units ordered minus normal loss. Units ordered minus normal loss. Minus normal loss. We have ordered for 5,000 units, and the question says there is a 20% shortage due to normal reason. 20% shortage due to normal reason. We have ordered for 5,000 units, and there is a 20% shortage due to normal reason. Due to normal reason. So effective good unit is equal to 5,000 minus 20% of 5,000. 20% of 5,000. In reality, you may receive more, you may receive less, all that doesn't matter. 4,000 is what is effective good units. Effective good units is 4,000 units. Effective good units is 4,000 units. Indirectly, question was saying 5,000 units, 2 lakh 50. But we have paid 4,000 units, 3 lakh 14. 4,000 units, we have paid 3 lakh 14,000. Cost per good unit is equal to, cost per unit is equal to aggregate material cost divided by effective good units. Aggregate material cost divided by effective good units. 314 by 4,000. 78.5. 314 by 4,000. 78.5. Any doubts on this? Clear? Can you proceed? Now, first MCQ alone I'll explain in some time. That's on cash discount. Leave it. Second MCQ, look at your notebook and tell me which option is this. A, B, C, D. Look at your notebook and tell me which option. You have the answer in your notebook. Tell me which option. 6280, it will be added with material cost. 6280, it will be added with material cost. Question number 3, what's the answer? Which of this? 40, 500, and it will be added with material cost. 40, 500, and it will be added with material cost. Fourth one, 3 lakh 14,000. 3 lakh 14,000. Fifth one, 4,000 units and 78.5. 4,000 units and 78.5. Any doubts in any of these? First part, within 30 days, if I pay, I'll get a discount. So I am eligible to get the discount because payment was made within what? 21 days. How will it be treated in material cost? It will not be deducted in material cost. That treatment I know. It will not be deducted. Now, on what will I get the discount? Depends on the terms. ICI has assumed that you will be getting discount on the net price. GST no discount on the net price. Net price means you will get it on 2 lakh 25,000. You will get it on 2 lakh 25,000. Discount will be on 2 lakh 25,000, not on 2 lakh 25 plus the GST component. Not on 2 lakh 25 plus the GST component. So my discount in this question is, I get a cash discount of 10%, 2 lakh 25,000 into 10%, 2 lakh 25,000 into 10%. So I'll get a discount of 22,500 and it will not be deducted, and it will not be deducted from the material cost. It will not be deducted from the material cost. Clear? Any doubts on this? With this, my discussion on receipt accounting is over. This is a very good problem. Apart from that, Institute Study Maths, very simple questions are there. I don't want to discuss them. Any doubts on the receipt accounting? Receipt accounting basically says you have to not only consider the basic price, you have to consider all costs incurred to bring the material to the factory and divide it by effective good units. Effective good units, units ordered, normal loss of transit, units received, processing loss, and effective good units. The question we did had only one loss. There's one more question in the material, the earlier question to this, that has both the losses, transit loss as well as the processing loss. Any doubts in this? Okay. Now, after I account for the receipt of material, I have to account for the issue of material. I've accounted for the receipt of material. I'll have to account now for the issue of material. To account for the issue of material, we maintain a ledger called price stores ledger. We maintain a ledger called price stores ledger. This ledger will have 11 columns. There will be a date, particulars. Particulars will have either opening balance, it can have a receipt, it can have an issue, it can have a return, it can have a purchase return, it can have a replacement. So particulars will say what transaction is happening. Any transaction which increases the stock is a receipt. Any transaction which increases the stock is a receipt, and any transaction which decreases the stock is issue of material. Is issue of material. Any transaction which increases the stock is receipt of material. Any transaction which decreases the stock is issue of material. Now, in a company, there is a vendor, there is a stores, and there is a plant. Plant is a place where manufacturing will happen. Stores gives material to plant. Stores gives material to plant. Our accounting is from the stores point of view. Our accounting is from the stores point of view. Stores gives material to manufacturing or plant. Issue of material. It is a issue of material. Vendor gives material to us. Receipt of material. Vendor gives material to us. Receipt of material. We return to vendor because of some reason. Reversal of receipt is issue. Reversal of receipt is issue. Reversal of receipt is issue. I buy it from the vendor, purchases, record it in the receipt column. Purchase returns, record it in the issue column. Record it in the issue column. For this, he gives me a replacement. Record again in the receipt column. Record again in the receipt column. Any material which comes into the stores guy, record it as receipt. Any material which goes out of the stores, how does it go? I issue to plant. I return to vendor. Sometimes plant returns it back to store. Account it as receipt. Plant returns it back to stores. Account it as receipt of material. Account it as receipt of material. Now, you will have a date. You will have a particulars. Quantity, rate, amount will come from the earlier discussion which I had. For example, the last question I'll say 4,078.5, 3 lakh 14,000. 4,078.5, 3 lakh 14,000. From there, you keep consuming. You keep consuming. As you consume, I'll write the quantity. Rate depends on FIFO method, LIFO method, weighted average cost method. I'll discuss that in a minute. Rate depends on FIFO, LIFO, and weighted average, and multiply amount. Balance is receipt quantity minus the issue quantity, balance. Receipt minus the issue. Rate again depends on the method. Amount is also difference. Amount is also difference. Clear? Any doubts on the format first? Any doubts on the format? Now we have three methods: FIFO, LIFO, and weighted average. FIFO method says first purchase record separately, second purchase record separately, third purchase record separately, fourth purchase record separately. LIFO says first purchase separate, second separate, third separate, fourth separate, separate accounting. That is called lot wise tracking. Every lot is to be tracked separately. Every lot is to be tracked separately. Weighted average says first purchase you did second, add it to the first itself, add it to the first, add the quantity. Third you did, again add the quantity. Fourth you did, again add the quantity. So weighted average cost method will have only one rate. Anytime you do a question on weighted average, it will have only single rate. If you have single rate, whatever is the rate, that will be the rate used for valuing the consumption. Our objective here is receipt quantity rate amount is not difficult. Balance quantity rate amount is not difficult. Issue what rate should I do? Under weighted average cost method, only one rate is there. Only one rate is there. Please take it. FIFO method, lot 1 is there, lot 2 is there, lot 3 is there, lot 4 is there. First take lot 1 consumption. You still consumed more, take lot 2. You still consumed more, take lot 3. First in, first out. First in, first out. That is the FIFO method. FIFO method says first in, first out. LIFO method says take the latest cost. Take the latest consumption. Latest lot is consumed first, and then the earlier, then the earlier, then the earlier. That is LIFO. Weighted average has only one. This is one point of view. Okay, how do you account for the consumption? Now I need to explain few more points. I'll explain them with doing one question so that you understand it little better. Question 29, illustration 14 of study mat. Illustration 14 of study mat. Illustration number 14 in your study material. Embryos India Limited is recently incorporated startup company back in the year 2019, engaged in creating embedded products, Internet of Things solution for the industrial market, focused on innovation, design, research, development of products and services. One of its embedded product is Logmax, a system on module carrier board for industrial use, small, flexible and embedded computer design as per industry specification. In the beginning of the September 2021, company entered into an agreement of providing 4,800. Following detail with respect to issue, receipt, returns are available. The first para is of no use. All transactions are there now. These transactions I have to account. Okay, every transaction one by one we will read and we will account it. Question wants us to do last line. Prepare a stock ledger under weighted average method of valuing the issue. Under weighted average method of valuing the issue. So weighted average method is to be done. We will do it together. Open 11 columns. Horizontal, vertical, that's your wish. 11 columns will be needed. 11 columns. Price stores ledger. Price stores ledger for the month of September 2021. Date, particulars, receipt, issue balance with 3 subcolumns each. Receipt, quantity, rate, amount, issue, quantity, rate, amount, balance, receipt, issue, balance, 11 columns. You do horizontal, vertical, that's your wish, but 11 columns will be needed. Date, particulars, receipt, issue, balance, quantity, rate, amount. Open 11 columns. Okay, let's look at the transaction by transaction. Opening stock is there, 6,000 units at 285 per unit. 6,000 units at 285 per unit. So start. September 1, opening stock, directly in the balance column. 6,000, 6,000, rate is 285 and multiply and write the amount. 6,000 into 285. 17 lakh 10,000. 6,000 into 285. 17 lakh 10,000. Clear? Then next transaction is September 8, issue of material. September 8, we have issued material. September 8, issue of material. September 8, issue. How many units we have issued? 4,875. The entire units will be at 275, 285 rupees. 285. 4875 into 285. 4875 into 285 into 285. Clear? Now balance is 6,000 minus 4875. 6,000 minus 4875. 6,000 minus 4875. Amount is 1710 minus 1389. 1710 minus 1389. 1710 minus 1389. 17 lakh 10,000. Or you can do into 285 also, but sometimes issues will happen. So as of now, balance is always subtraction. That's all. Subtraction or addition. So 17 lakh 10 minus 1389. And rate is 320 divided by 1125. You will get 285 as of now, but later on you will see a change. Balance is quantity, earlier quantity plus receipt minus issue. Balance, earlier balance plus receipt minus issue. Rate is, if you divide, you will get 285. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on 285? Can we proceed? Next transaction. September 9 received 17,500 units. September 9 received 17,500 units. September 9 receipt. receipt, received 17,500 units at the rate of 276. Multiply and write the value. 17,500, 276, multiply them. 48 lakh 30,000. 48 lakh 30,000 into 276. Any doubts on this? Now same thing, 1125 plus 17,500. 1125 plus 17,500. 1125 plus 17,500. When you do FIFO, you'll understand lot wise tracking. 1125 plus 17,500. Same way amount added. 320 plus 4830. 320 plus 4830 plus 48 lakh 30,000. Any doubts on this? Clear? Now you divide and get the rate. It may change. It will mostly change. It will not be 285 now. Divide and get the rate. Divide and get the rate. Rate is changing to 276.54. 276.54. Any doubts on this? This is what average cost method is all about. You will have to consider like this. We'll try to do the full question. Next transaction is September 10 issued 12,000. If you have issued 12,000, please record it at the price which is prevailing. Only one price prevails here. Only one price is there. Issued 12,000. September 10 issued 12,000. 12,000. 276.54. 276.54. 276.54. 3318,480. 3318,480. 276.54. 3318,480. Any doubts on this? Get the balance quantity now. 18,625 minus 12,000. You get how much? 6625. And the rate is changing slightly. That's more because of rounding off. Rate will not change ideally, but it's now becoming 276.55. Beyond this, no need to write. Okay, be in listen mode now onwards. I wanted you to just understand the base readily. Base is understood. Now onwards, you focus on the concept because it is a calculation heavy area. You will unnecessarily waste time on calculations. Any doubts till this? Any doubts on this? Clear? Now some of the special items are going to come. I'm going to do. You are not required to do, but understand everything you'll have to do. But no need to solve it because your focus will be shifting on writing it. Next, they are saying returned to stores by technical division. Returned to stores. What is returned to stores? Is I issued to the technical division. That was the issue of material. He has returned it back. He has returned it back. Which one he returned? Just now, whatever I issued. Just now, whatever I issued, he has returned it back. He has returned it back. This is totally 5 special items are there. One of them is this. Return of raw material from production to stores. Return of raw material from production to stores. Record it as receipt in PSL. Record it as receipt in PSL. What will be the quantity? Quantity is quantity of return. Quantity is quantity of return. What will you take rate? Rate is the rate at which you made that issue earlier. You made the issue sometime back at some 276 something. Please record it at that rate. Rate at which the issue was made. When I follow FIFO and LIFO, this point will come into picture. I'll explain that in a little later. Okay, rate at which the earlier issue was made. So here, what we will do is next transaction. The next transaction is on September 12. No need to write it, please. September 12. Return from department. Return from department. Department is returning back. I issued 12,000 to the department. They're returning back 2375. They're returning back 2375. So 2375 returned. at the rate of 276.54. I multiply this 656, 783. Same way now balance will go up. Balance will go up. Rate is 276.55 itself. Rate is 276.55. Let's not worry about the balance column now onwards. It's just a formality. After September 12, we have a September 15 where we are receiving 9,000 units. We are receiving 9,000 units. September 15 receipt. Receipt is 9,000 units at the rate of 288. What will we do? Increase here, increase here. Rate is balancing figure 282.27. Don't even worry about the rate part. Okay, rate is just balancing figure. Balance column should not be even your worry. It's just addition. There it's only calculators work. Any doubts in this? But major chunk of time will go there. Major chunk of time will go there. So that is why I don't want you to spend time there. Understand the concept. I'm just adding it. Any doubts here? Then after I received this 9,000 units, I am returning to the supplier 700 units. I am returning to the supplier 700 units, out of which purchase? The earlier purchase. Earlier purchase. I just now purchased it. I am returning it back to the supplier. I am returning it back to the supplier. When you return it back to the supplier, record it in issue column. Record in issue column. Record it in issue column. Quantity is quantity of return. Rate will be rate at which that purchase was made. We purchased it some time back at some rate. Now we are reversing the purchases. We are reversing the purchases. So you will have to reverse it at the rate at which the purchase was made. Reverse it at the rate at which the purchase was made. In fact, everything is covered in the concept book. I'm just explaining it here and then coming back. So rate at which the purchase was made. In this case, it is 700 units after September 15, September 17, return to vendor. I am returning to the vendor 700 units. It is out of this purchase. It is out of this purchase 288. 700 into 288. Balance will automatically change. Price has now become 282.04. Price has become 282.04. Then another transaction is September 20, I'm issuing 9,500 units. September 20 issuing 9,500 units. So September 20 issue 9,500. Prevailing rate is 282.04. Prevailing rate is 282.04. Multiplication, subtraction, rate remains 282.04. Multiplication, subtraction, division, rate remains 282.04. I'm not really bothered about the quantity and the balance column. It is just a formality. Any doubts in this? Any doubts in this? Clear? Okay. Now, on 25th September, stock manager of the company expressed his need to leave to his hometown due to certain contingency. Due to certain contingency, and immediately left the job. Immediately left the job same day. Later, he also switched his phone off. As the company has tendency of stock taking every year end, every end of the month to check and report for the loss due to rusting of component. Rusting is a natural process. Any steel product, rusting can happen. So they are saying because of that we do stock checking. On 30th September, it was found that 900 units has been misappropriated by the stock manager. The stock manager has misappropriated, technically theft. He has done a theft of 900 units. He has done a theft of 900 units. He also reported a loss of 300 units due to rusting of the component. Rusting is okay. That is a normal loss. There's an abnormal loss. What is abnormal losses? He did theft. He did theft of how many units? 900 units. Now, what concept says is shortage. There are two types of shortage: normal shortage, abnormal shortage. Normal shortage and abnormal shortage. Normal shortage, customer will bear it. How does customer bear it? You will understand when I do the calculation. Abnormal shortage, my headache. Abnormal shortage, I have to bear it. Any abnormal shortage is like a issue of material. Any abnormal shortage is like a issue of material. However you account the issue of material, same way you have to account for an abnormal loss. Abnormal loss is issue of material. It is an issue of material. And when I do recording, abnormal shortage is to be recorded first and then the normal shortage. This is more of a, there's no logic for this. This is what ICA has been following. Abnormal shortage is recorded first and then normal shortage is recorded. How does it make a difference? You will understand. Listen, September 30, abnormal loss, shortage, record it like a normal issue, 900 units issued at what rate? 282.04, 282.04, value 253,836, quantity went down, amount went down, rate remained or it has changed, that's more of rounding off, 282.05, quantity went down, balance went down, rate remained same, rate remained same. This is abnormal loss or shortage, abnormal loss or shortage. Then comes same day normal loss, 300 units, normal loss is 300 units, rate is 0, value is 0, rate is 0, value is 0. Why this I'll explain in a minute. Rate is 0, value is 0. What will happen now? 6,600, balance remains same, rate is from 282 has gone up to 294, 282 has gone up to 294, from 282 it has increased to what? 294. I'll explain these two adjustments again. Listen, abnormal borne by the company, no change in per unit cost, no change in per unit cost, quantity, quantity of loss, rate, prevailing rate, value is quantity into rate, value is quantity into rate. But when it is normal, who's bearing it? End customer. How do you bear? Your 282 is now become 295. Earlier cost is 282, selling price 300. Now cost is 295. Cost is 295. How did it happen? Inflating the price of the balance stock. Inflating the price of the balance stock. Because what is rate? Value divided by quantity. Value you keep it same. Quantity you bring it down. If quantity goes down, value remains same. Obviously rate per unit will increase. Obviously rate per unit will increase. So recorded as issue, quantity of loss, rate and value 0, rate and value is 0, rate and value is 0. I'll again explain this. Shortage there will be of two types. One is normal shortage, second is abnormal shortage. Normal shortage, abnormal shortage, it's like a normal issue of material. Abnormal shortage is like a normal issue of material, nothing much to worry about there. It is like a normal issue of material. You're just issuing material. We're just issuing material. When we issue material, what we do? We record the quantity, we record the prevailing rate, multiply, write the amount, no change in per unit value, no change in per unit value, no change in per unit value. Normal losses, value of the normal loss will be 0 because I don't bear it. I don't bear it. Abnormal loss will go to debit side of P&L. Normal loss will go to debit side of P&L as 0. So I don't have any loss. Who will pay? Customer will pay. How are you paying? Inflating the price of balance stock. Inflating the price of balance stock, inflating the price of balance stock. Clear? Any doubts in this? So in this case, I recorded abnormal loss, rate remained 282, recorded normal loss, 282 went up to 295, 282 went up to 295. Clear? Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? First you record the abnormal loss, then you record the normal loss if it happens on the same day. Some other day it is happening, then obviously whatever happens first you record that, and then the later whatever happens. So here shortage, normal shortage, abnormal shortage, normal borne by end customer, abnormal shortage borne by company. Company will say value of abnormal loss is equal to quantity into prevailing rate. Value of normal loss is quantity into 0, quantity into 0. So quantity goes down in the balance, value does not go down, rate per unit gets inflated, rate per unit gets inflated. Any doubts on this? Clear? Special items, return of raw material from production to stores, we have seen. If I return from production to stores, record it as receipt. And at what rate? At whatever rate the earlier issue was made. Return to vendor, if you're returning to vendor, reverse the purchases. Sometimes vendor may transfer, replacement of material by vendor. You returned it, no? He gives it back. If he gives it back, record it as receipt. If he gives it back, record it as receipt. At what rate? At whatever rate the purchase was made. Transfer of material. Now in a company, we have plant 1, plant 2, plant 3. I issue material to plant A. I also issue material to plant B. I also issue material to plant C. Sometimes A may transfer between A and B, or there can be a transfer between B and C. That material does not even come back to store. So any transfer of material between A and B, B and C, A and C is ignored in PSL. It is ignored in price to ledger. Any transfer of material between A and B, B and C, or A and C, transfer of material from one manufacturing plant with another manufacturing plant, from one manufacturing plant to another manufacturing plant, not recorded in PSL, not recorded in PSL. Clear? I don't want to spend that much time on this. We have discussed one question. At home, do try out this question. This is on FIFO method. This is on FIFO method. Do try out. FIFO method means you have to maintain every lot separately. Every lot is to be maintained separately, and the first lot will be consumed first in FIFO method, and LIFO method is latest lot will be consumed first. This FIFO and LIFO will be self-explanatory. Try doing this question or the next question, that's your wish, 27 or 28. You will get an understanding of FIFO and LIFO. Understand the special items. The special items are these: return of raw material from production to stores. If the production guy is returning to the stores, please record it as receipt and rate at which the earlier issue was made. Return of raw material to vendor, reversal of purchases, record it as issue and rate at which the purchase was made. Quantity rate, you need to values multiplication always. Transfer of material not recorded in PSL. Replacement of material by vendor. If vendor is replacing the material, record it in the receipt column. Rate will be rate at which that replacement was done. Any doubts on this? Any doubts on this? With this chapter gets over. I've extensively discussed the chapter. Only one question, maybe if you practice, it will be good in FIFO and LIFO. I don't want to spend much time on that because it may not be that material, but question can come on FIFO versus LIFO. Any doubts on price to ledger or any other area in this? Clear? ठीक है. I will be moving to a next chapter, but before that, I want to give a break. My throat is bad little. 15 minutes break. We resume again at 3 o'clock with the next chapter, which is labor cost. If you can maybe go through it if you want, but 3 o'clock we'll start with labor chapter.